Okay.
No.
We're live.
The last.
We're live.
Good evening, everyone. We want to welcome you to the planning board meeting for October 2025. And I just want to go over a couple of house rules.
Can you speak up?
The bathroom is in regular space. This is a deliberation. And you must allow us to do our job. We're not taking any comments or gestures from the public tonight. So please do not make them. This is a discussion that the planning board had. If they have questions for the applicant or the attorney or the consultant. And that's for the planning board. So please be respectful and allow us to do our job.
Can I ask a question before we begin?
But
I just have a question to ask Teresa. I live here.
And I'm
And I
not
have a
gonna answer. Because
And you're not gonna let me ask you a question?
I absolutely, thank you.
I understand.
Okay. So let's get started. Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion to open up our meeting for October 28th, 2025, 6:30. Motion. Second. Favor. Okay, our first presenter is HHA.
Okay.
HHA, very good.
Okay.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you tonight, the Hudson Housing Authority and Monco, with our and this opportunity to present to you. I'd like to extend our gratitude to the mayor and the city administration for their valuable planning and support for the Hudson Authority. Our draft master plan outlines a two-phase approach that involves the demolition and replacement of Bliss and Columbia Apartments. This development will not only provide housing, but also include green spaces, various amenities, a community facility, and programmable spaces across a 4-acre site. Additionally, we plan to incorporate several townhouses on a city-owned site. The impact of this redevelopment will be profoundly transformative and will ensure that current public housing residents are not displaced due to outdated building conditions, while significantly expanding the availability of affordable housing in our community. This project aims to serve both low-income housing households and those with extremely low income, specifically targeting families at or below 30% of area median income. Ensure that the most vulnerable populations have access to quality, decent, and affordable housing. Further, we will provide housing options for households earning up to 80% of median income, creating an inclusive income mix. The increase in affordable housing is poised to make a significantly positive impact on the community by integrating households across all levels of affordability, thereby fostering local economic growth and creating meaningful workforce housing opportunities. So I'd like to introduce our attorney, John First, who will make some requests of you tonight and let you know about our project.
Hi, John First, Catania Man and Rider, Newburgh, New York. So we were here back in August of 2025. We had a concept plan. We talked a lot about the parking. The parking is really kind of drive this application and drive our final site plan. We thought we had a final site plan, but then, we thought we were ready to take that next step with the detailed site plan requirements. But we had some internal discussions about some further parking requirements that were made. So we want to present one more conceptual plan. It's a little more detailed. We made some slight changes to the parking that we talked about in August. We have a traffic consultant that'll go through those changes. We have our site civil engineer who can go through the site. So we're still in the conceptual, but it's much more detailed. We think we're ready to take that next step and get you all the lighting, the landscaping, the stormwater, and all the utility plans. But before we take that big step, we want to make sure everybody's kind of on board with what we're proposing as far as parking. Because we want to find out any comments now instead of, a couple months down the road when we spend a lot of time and money on these detailed plans. So I appreciate the time. In addition, we do think there is enough there for the board to declare its intent to be lead agency for secret purposes, and we hope that you guys would authorize that. Make that declaration and hopefully authorize the circulation so that we can kind of start that process, while we're, kind of work on the detailed site plans the next month or so. But without further ado, I'll introduce the traffic engineer or traffic consultant, he'll go through the parking.
Hello, everybody, good evening. So for a traffic and a parking perspective, nothing much has changed from the last meeting that my colleague came over here, attended, appeared and presented in front of this commission. So the project will need to park at least of 155 cars. And it is proposed to accommodate these vehicles, providing 115 on-site spaces and 59 on-street spaces for a total of 174.
Can I ask you a question? Are those for us?
Uh,
You hold them in the number?
Okay, so it was 174 spaces, with the last submission, there were 170. There were 170 spaces, for now, we are adding 2 more on-site spaces and 3 more on-street spaces than what we presented in the last meeting in August. For the site plan approval of phase 1, it is proposed to accommodate 141 phase 1 cars by providing 127 on-site spaces and 43 on-street spaces for a total of 170. This is also 2 more on-site spaces and 2 more on-street spaces than what was presented to you in August. From traffic perspective, nothing much has changed. Everything remains the same. The phase 1 of the project is to result in a net increase in 31 residential units. And phase 2 will add another 110 units on top of that. The project is resolved to increase by 63 trips, and that is about 1 trip per minute. And the volumes across the roadways surrounding the proposed development site are reasonable, and intersections operate at a good LOSP level of services, and this is not projected to change because of the project.
Randy, do you have that? Can you pull that up?
That site plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have that.
Can you pull it up on the screen so people can see it? Y'all can come this way to the middle. We're gonna put it on the screen so people can see it. We're gonna put it on the screen.
So we can see what's happening.
We're gonna put it on the screen.
They're gonna put it on that.
Yes.
Then you'll be able to
Over there. Give me a second. Still something.
So, Brian, why don't you go through the site plan real quick?
We can't see it.
Well, first, we're going to
Don't put it up.
then I'll turn this so that everyone can see it.
No, once they put it up, the public will be able to see the.
He's trying to load it up now onto the screen, so you can build with yours.
We can see yours and let the public see.
Well, I want to point to something, it's easier to point to either. Oh, there. Turn this sort of this way. No, no worries. You have to look at that. Can you see that as well? And you have it there.
Right, he's got it for the.
Okay.
You can turn yours a little. Can everybody see this? Can the planning board see it?
Secondly, would you want me to point on that? I'll do it on this one. Just to orient everybody, that this street here at the bottom of the sheet is Columbia Street. It's not up there yet. There we go. Bottom of the screen, and here's Columbia Street, Middle Street, State Street. There's a multi-story apartment building right on the corner of State and North Second Street, which North Second Street is vertical on this plan. The site consists of 3 parcels. The parcel between State Street and Columbia Street. Right there, thank you. That's very nice. The parcel north. Yeah, I guess it's north of State Street. Which is currently a park or some kind of recreational facility. And then there's 3 building lots. Between Long Alley and Columbia Street at the corner of Second Street. Which would be, is currently vacant.
but we're proposing 4 townhouses on that property. So the project consists of those 3 parcels. Right now, there's a 2-phase development. The multi-story building is going to stay, as you were told last time, until the new buildings, the long one along State Street, and then the shorter building along between Columbia and State Street, kind of perpendicular to there.
So you're saying Bliss Towers as it exists now will stay until the first building is built?
Right.
And how tall is the first building? 4 floors? You said 4?
Well, the buildings are 4 stories,
4 stories.
plus a lot of it has a basement, or some of it has a basement below that. But 4 stories above grade.
And that's all residential, 4 stories.
Yes,
First floor, you have residential, second and third and fourth.
yes. Okay, so this building has an underpass, in other words, the traffic coming into this parking lot will pass underneath the building. Along North Street, North Second Street. And this parking lot here is on grade with State Street. State Street is going downhill very quickly from North Street to the end of the property. So down here, this is at the basement level. This would be at the first floor level. So there's a grade change between these two.
You said there was a pass-through in the front
What's that?
from, you said it was a pass-through on,
Yes,
Second Street.
right here, there's a pass under the building.
and that's at a height where you have an alternate roof for fire apparatus to get there in case there's an emergency in the back?
I don't think there will be fire access at this street because there's fire access straight along here. So this meets all the fire codes in terms of,
On the front
That-
side, but let's say there was an issue on the back side, cause it.
yeah, right now, the plan isn't that this would be high enough for a fire truck to pass under, it's, for vehicles. I mean, I could look at how the grading works to see if it's possible, but you need a pretty high clearance to clear the fire truck. We would need probably at least 12.5 or 13 feet, then you have the floor system, so.
Well, we check with the fire department, we check with the fire marshal, fire department, they'll give you
Right.
what their recommendations are to give you the proper access, emergency access in the back.
Right, and this particular street here is a parking lot, but it serves the fire apparatus for this building.
Right,
And of course, you have a lot of frontage
Right, right.
here and there, so there's a lot of frontage on these buildings, it's not like this is the only way to get to service this building, so the fire department, I'm sure, will opine on it as the project goes.
are there apartments on both sides? Of that hallway, like in that building,
Yes, there's apartments on both sides.
right, so you can't shoot water through one apartment to get to another, so you have to go around.
Well, the apartments are fully sprinkled and they will have, automatic sprinklers in them, in addition. And of course, each of the hallways will have standpipes, as required by the fire code. You're just talking about how the fire truck would gain access.
Right, in case of a large fire or emergency where you'd have to get, or rescue someone through a ladder, or, I'm just curious about that.
Well, I'm not a fireman, but I know one thing is they don't like to park the fire truck like right next to the fire.
Right.
They wanna park it so they can be safe from the fire, in terms of it's being too close. So I'm not sure they would use this, but we will find out.
Now, at one time. In your first initial, one of the plans showed First Street coming straight through that parking lot that's on the side.
This one here,
Yes, that's no longer there. Nobody, it's not a no traffic.
right now, it's not. But we are proposing to have an entrance here and an entrance there.
So someone could come from,
Somebody could do
could come
that,
from State to go to Columbia.
right? unless we decide that it should be blocked off or have a gate, that would be.
But it's not gonna be a street, it's just where people come out and go into the parking lot. It's not-
That's correct, it's
Yes.
still private property, it would be a private parking lot and not a public street. So it wouldn't have street cleaning or any kind of street or
Okay.
responsibility to the city. And then over here, the four townhouses would gain their access from Columbia for the front, but there would be a parking lot in the rear, which would serve those units.
Now, the townhouses rentals also, or they're gonna be like, rent to buy or
No,
some
they're
type of,
they're part of the projects that are gonna be low income as well.
okay, low income rentals.
Right.
Okay,
Are they larger? Are they some of the larger units?
yeah. I just,
I forget the configuration, I believe there are two and three bedrooms after we can dispense and get that to you. But there definitely some three bedrooms in it, but I have to look at it now.
because the way you have it now, like the low rise are the bigger apartments,
Right.
you know, we've got the 3 and 4 and 5.
So the plan is to widen State Street and have parallel parking on both sides of the street here. This is a private parking lot with head-in 90-degree parking.
Wait a minute, parallel is what?
Parallel is like
Like
this
this?
street out front
Like
here,
this, okay.
parallel to the curb. As opposed to the head-in.
You're widening on both sides of State?
The one side is already wide.
Okay,
We're widening now on the other.
the
side.
north side is already wide and you're
Yes.
widening the south side. Yeah.
Because you're widening it by shrinking the sidewalk. How
Uh,
are you?
that, what will happen eventually when this plan is going into the second phase, the sidewalk here would be extended. And this, well, we would see what happens to the parking, it may be incorporated in lands that would get that, or taking down the rest of the buildings. Right now, the plan is that the second building would be an L shape like this. And that would be the only building on the remaining parcel. So this whole part here would be either shared parking or a green space. As we presented it early on, you saw it a few months ago. But the problem is that if people live in here, in order to remove this building, we need a place where they're going to go. And so that's the logistics of having the two phases. So that they could be, not put out of their homes.
I'm just gonna add to, again, for memory purposes, could you just go over, the existing apartments in those, and then how many are you doing? Because I think you're doing 300 apartments in total,
No, it's 266,
266 that you're going to.
Yeah.
And what do you have now, 137?
no, this one. The last thing, yes. Oh, thank you.
We didn't have that one.
You do? So it's 166 total, which includes,
167,
yes, which includes.
Phase one.
Yes, phase one.
phase one,
Phase one, which includes, thank you, 58 and 81, which is here.
and that's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom,
I don't have the.
okay, that's.
Yeah, I can.
58, and-
B one is 102 units, that's the building across the street. On the underutilized property, and then the townhouse property is 60, let's see. So, yeah.
No, it does.
6 or
No,
4,
not
4.
Is it 4 units? So
So
that's.
in the original plans, it was 6, but they changed it to
To 4.
No, it's 8, it's gonna be, it looks like 4, but it's gonna be like a duplex.
Oh, so that's 8.
Yeah.
So is that 276 in total?
Well, the number will change with that addition, the number will change, yes, with that addition.
I'm just making sure I got the numbers right. You're saying that
It was initially 266.
And now it's
Yeah,
168.
It's more than 260.
276 is the total
276
for
is the
phase
Oh,
one.
2
Right.
Two.
Oh, that's phase 1 and 2, but phase
Yeah.
1 is a total of 168.
166, 168. I think we have, no one has some plans.
So you got 58, 102, and 8.
Yeah, I submitted a revised narrative on the portal that should have all the correct numbers.
Okay, thank you.
So,
It is 166.
And what do you have, yeah, and what do you have now? What's existing in the high rise?
120 in the high rise, and then the Columbia Apartments is 15, so it's a total of 135.
Okay, so everyone that's in the high rise now?
Yes.
And no one displaced?
Right.
What was that total? The high rise and.
The high rise has 120 units. The
Low rise.
apartments has 15.
15.
Right. Just for your edification, neither building unit are completely occupied. So.
So this won't.
Yes.
This is another.
So there's 135 units existing right now. And after phase 2, they're proposing to have a total of 276.
But after phase 1, you will have 107 number, so, yeah.
Yeah, oh, you definitely have to be close. Right.
so in your sidewalks, the way you're scalloping around, the parking, are you gonna kind of do that to match the new city street design?
You mean in the end,
Yeah, like, you see, like, when you're scalloping and bringing back in the parking, you say you're gonna reduce the sidewalks, like the city kind of has that design on Front Street, and they're following through, the city. So that might be something to look at, so that there's some uniformity, yeah.
yeah,
Let me see.
well, once this building, because this building is higher than the road.
Right,
And it drops down significantly. This is actually a ramp over here.
right,
And the way that the utilities are in here and the infrastructure to support the building, couldn't really sneak a sidewalk through there right now. So we ended the sidewalk basically at the ramp here. And then you would have to pretty much cross the street here to get on the sidewalk on the other side, and then the sidewalk would, be on the far side of the road.
I have
But
a- I have a question.
eventually we'll continue that sidewalk, and it'll be continuous.
I'm just wondering how the plan is gonna look, so you're going to relocate some of the individuals that are already in, okay, all. How, in phase 1, how's that gonna look, are there ones that you are relocating, so to speak, into the new housing that you're building, are they going to be, is that a permanent thing? Are they going to stay there?
Yes.
Or are you, okay, so you're not
Between
like
those
shifting
three-
people back and forth, so you're.
No,
really
Between
considerate
those
of
3
that.
buildings, they'll be
Okay.
placed in either of those 3 buildings.
And based on the family
Family
size.
size, composition, and.
Okay, sounds good.
That's it. Unless you have any other questions, that's
Any more questions
for the presentation. Chris?
Do you have a copy of what phase 2 is going to look like?
Yeah, so we've showed it as a dotted line on one of the maps, and we've also had a conceptual plan that was provided, probably about 6 months ago.
Yep, with a different layout, showing state street flows.
Right.
Well, if you want us to circulate, I think we see what we need to include phase 2, because it's.
Right, well, it is on this plan, it's just, it's kind of hard to see, it's just a dotted line.
And it's there.
It's there, but if you need a colored map to make it easier.
We debated
You
whether
know,
it should be a
phase 2, complete
And make it colorful.
for circulation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
New people coming from.
right now, we haven't fully developed the architectural plan for phase 2, but we can get you a rendering of what the total thing would look like. And, probably answer these questions about what we plan to do there. It's just not it's not in shape for that yet.
I don't think we need a rendering, I think just for circulation purposes, if you can break out what phase, like a phase 1 and a phase 2 sheet. It's
2 separate diagrams.
Like
It's
a
really hard to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, the videos come back.
Yeah, would it come out like a rendering?
Later, that's when.
I mean, of course you need a rendering, I don't know if we need it to send it to like Department of Health.
But for us, yeah, we need it.
They're looking for what the total impact of the site's gonna be, how many units you're gonna have, circulation, That's, for phase one and for phase two.
That's for them to distribute.
Right. But we're not, we don't plan to fully develop phase two until we have, under construction of phase one, then we'll process the rest of phase two,
The two applications.
No.
So
Speaker.
for seeker, we have to,
Right.
generally you have to consider the full plan, so we're not segmenting the review into smaller pieces. So it can be conceptual.
right? And so we'll show it to you in conceptual form, but in terms of the details, we'll be back to show you the details and process the drainage and all the environmental concerns that might be necessary. The final design of that would be at a later date.
Any questions from the board?
You might have to look at all the impacts from stormwater, sewer, as part of an overall development.
Yes.
Under seeker.
Yeah.
So you will have to analyze those aspects of things too now.
Yeah.
So you'll have to develop your stormwater for the entire site. You'll have to figure out what sewer and water is for your entire site. So.
But right now you need, do we need to make a motion to
So,
force the lead agency for all this?
I have, we didn't understand that the applicant was looking for us to circulate, but we did get that last minute. You can do that tonight if you're comfortable, just making a motion to classify it as type one and declare lead agency and have Linda send it around to all involved and interested agencies if you're ready. But I would add, once the updated site plan showing phase one and phase two is received, so that
That's a
we're,
condition.
yeah,
Sure, yeah,
so we're sending something that everyone can understand.
yeah, absolutely.
So you want to pass this around? So can I get a motion to?
I mean, I can just read it. Now therefore be it resolved, the planning board hereby, one, classifies the project as a type one action under seeker. Two, declares its intent to serve as lead agency in a coordinated seeker review of the project. And three, directs its secretary to send notice of its intent to serve as lead agency to all involved and interested agencies, comma, once an updated phase one and phase two site plan is submitted. This way, we don't have to wait for another meeting.
Can you change that to conceptual site plan, because we're not gonna give you a full site plan for both of them before you circulate it.
Sure.
So I make that motion.
Vicky,
Yes,
in the body, but you got Sacred Heart Church listed. It's no longer the church.
Right.
yeah,
That was decommissioned 30 years ago.
So,
It's now.
that popped up in their
This was
EAF.
sent to all of you.
I can,
Go in your email, you can get it.
yeah, it was very last minute,
It might still be in a historic registry,
so,
but as a church, it's no longer a church for the last 30 years or so.
Just for,
It was decommissioned.
across the street there.
Is it owned by the church now?
so, let me look at
Oh,
all the EAF.
yeah,
No,
that's an event hall now,
Yeah.
or it used to be.
It was a residential complex, there's the house and then the church itself. It was residential, it was event hall,
Now it's residential.
it was an art studio.
so they don't have to be
What
notified.
Known as, because
Yeah,
when you, the EAF is, there's a mapper, so you put the information into
No,
the state
okay.
website and it generates an answer, and the state's answer was Sacred Heart Roman Catholic Church, so I can put FKA to the property formerly known
go
as,
ahead. Go
if that helps.
ahead. Yeah, I'm just doing it for your attention, it's no longer a church.
No, thank you,
It's been a long time.
okay.
This is when the diocese closed. The Italian church, the Polish church.
That, so this is just a procedural resolution that allows the application to start moving forward to the other agencies. So you have a motion,
We just need a second and,
Yeah.
All in favor?
wait, no, a second.
You said,
Yes, I got it, yeah.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, my.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Now we're gonna have 175 South Front Street. We want you to come in and see if we say something, but we can ask for at the last meeting, we had the last meeting.
We pass it.
Yeah, sure.
You will laminate them?
You mean the whole thing?
It's what you've seen,
Yeah.
plus the addition of what you asked. We got such good feedback on the visuals last time.
You know, I saw them.
I just put everything that was up.
Okay, I almost.
I'm gonna go with you. Yeah, those, it's like, I only gave you two.
I know, they're all, it's just one sheet.
Yeah, shall, it's a.
But
Right.
Everything here was emailed to us. By the applicant. Yesterday at 9 AM.
Yeah.
And, so it is on our website.
Oh.
Yeah, Randy, you gave.
Sorry.
Correct.
All right, please have something to say. From EK side. I just have to. Okay.
Yeah, I got it, we're ready for it.
That's a little blunt.
Okay, good evening, everybody. DJ Ruane, attorney for Colorado, I'm also here with J.R. Hatfield from Colorado. So what we just passed around was the revised screenings. There was discussion at the last planning board meeting over, or it was like informal.
Excuse me, Randall, can you put it up? Because they sent it out. So the public is there. They didn't get me guys. Sorry. We'll always have. You're not getting paid, please.
No, I'm still.
Thank you. Okay, which one you want to start with?
You can kind of scroll through in order.
Okay.
This is just a form for each.
Yeah, this is a burn.
Yeah. So at the last planning board meeting, we discussed that there were some logistical considerations with building the berm on the east side of the property because of the available space between the retention pond and our property boundary, which we obviously can't cross, and the fence. So planning board consultant came down to the site as requested, and we revised the screenings to show both a berm on the north side and east side of the property. Again, these visuals go in existing condition, 1 year, 5 year, 10-year increments, to show the growth of the landscaping. One of the other changes, which was discussed at length at the last planning board meeting, was the slatted fence. We understand that the decision was to show the planning board what a slatted fence would look like in green and in black. So we've done that here.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Here, by the way.
Thank you from all of us. You did for all of us. Just one second.
So it's really, those are the two big changes. The site plan shows more of the berm
than the visuals do, because it's kind of hidden behind the fence, but the idea was that we would redo the visuals with the new fence, to show it in green and black. And to show the berm on the east side of the property. Things that are consistent always throughout were the construction of the berm that you'll see from the viewpoints from Henry Hudson Park. Removal of the non-operational cement tower. All that remains the same.
We like the black slides and shows.
Each one.
And it is. Those are the black slides.
Thank you.
I can answer any questions about that anybody has. Next document that we had submitted at the request of the board was the structural report for the salt building. That's the building just to the right side of that visual. It's the only existing really structure on the property except the guard shack and two other small things, but it's the main structure of the building or main structure of the property. So we submitted the structural engineering report, which planning board consultant flew the planning board in on what his thoughts were. From our position, we understand the building structurally is sound. They pointed out some stuff that we can do, which on an ongoing basis, anytime like any of the roof tin gets loose or cracks with concrete, to repair those, to make sure that the building maintains its structural integrity.
The guard shack, does that serve its purpose? The guard shack, are you using it now or are you going to use it?
Yes.
The camera equipment in it.
Oh, that's right, the equipment, yes.
Yeah. And I mean, it offered just, you really can't see it
Right.
too much, but if the gate was open, even if the gate was slatted, you could see it, so we said that we would prepare the roof and paint
It's
it.
okay.
And the building does act as a shield for sound.
Some, and,
Yeah.
yes, and that's,
Yeah, I mean, I like what it looks like, but it does
well, they're gonna take
have
care
a
of it.
purpose. No, they don't address it.
No, I'm gonna take care of it. We can
Oh,
fix
make
it.
it better.
You indicated that. They determined that that the building was sound, because I'm seeing. They know this color, dislodged panels. On the side, I mean, they know several areas of disrepair of the building.
Yeah, I mentioned that, they said, and they recommended that anything as roof tiles are noted to be loose or in disrepair, to replace them on an ongoing basis. That is what I understand of the recommendation.
It sounds like there are some panels that we need to replace at this time. Is there any? Is that part of the resolution to fix those panels?
Right.
Part of the plan?
We're willing to. Yes.
No.
That's all of them. Let's talk about the scope. So you're saying you're gonna fix all the loose panels. The discolored panels that are rusted on the top of the roof. You're gonna, I don't know, you're gonna paint or replace them, but you're gonna remedy that.
We're gonna remedy the loose panels or missing panels on the roof.
But
The
not.
chart is discolored, there's no plans for that.
What's the question about the vegetation to hide it, is the trees or?
At the last meeting,
We said not
we
vines,
pulled out.
you're not doing.
No, and we had gone up in height with the initial plan, the tree.
But I like the fact that you're also going to be doing some repairs, because that's just not sufficient enough just to slightly cover things with the trees and say out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, 10 years it will be there. Any questions from me too?
And then, continually, sort of based on the comments last time, updated site plan. Submitted that, it shows the proposed berm on the east side of the property, so. A few other things that planning board members had asked about, where is this located, we tried to add as much description as we could. The proposed bulk on the proposed berm on the north side of the property, with the vegetation on there. We knew three-phase power for the conveyor. One thing I want to note about that is, we would have to get National Grid to help out with that. So if there was any proposed condition, or if we were going to do that, it would ultimately be up to whether we feasibly can. So we would ask, and if National Grid would approve it, we would go forward with that.
What was that, sorry, then?
So that was, we had offered to remove the diesel generator that powers the conveyor belt.
And replace
It's just
it
a
with
force, we would just hook it up to the grid. So just electricity. But we would have to do an improvement to get three-phase power to it, and we would just need national grid approval to do that, so. We don't want to end up in a situation where we've agreed to do something and the national grid says it's not feasible because of. Whatever we said, so it'd be Amtrak and National Grid, I think, but we'd have to get by.
Why?
You took it out, my mouth. Why?
Crossing a railroad,
Oh,
Amtrak,
yeah, but why Amtrak?
because they probably have to bring three-phase power into the site.
That's what I was gonna say.
In order to get three-phase, you're gonna have to cross railroad track,
A power line.
correct? And that will require coordination with them.
Oh, instead of.
We're hoping that it'll be easy, but. Just wanted to.
Have you reached out to them?
No.
Cause currently you only have single phase power there. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean. Well, on the subject of Amtrak, I mean, has it been foreseen that there'll be any potential impact on Amtrak's operations? Given the need that you need to approach Amtrak, about the power access.
I think how, so as part of what we've discussed with the board, I think the power would be the only thing that we'd even approach Amtrak about. Everything else that we've talked about or that's in the site plan is within the boundaries of our site, so it has nothing to do with Amtrak.
Okay.
So it wouldn't halt service or anything like that.
I believe the power is already on Riverside of the tracks.
Okay.
The last poles on the Amtrak's for CSX's property.
Oh.
Okay.
So the pole that holds the electricity that you have to access is on.
Yes, sir.
So you wouldn't necessarily have to cross the tracks, you just have to.
No, it's already.
It's on the side,
Okay.
right? Okay, so yeah, it's not.
Right, I just wanted to raise it, just to say that, we can always ask, but ultimately,
But even though the pole is there, it doesn't belong, the electric pole being there doesn't belong to the railroad tracks, it belongs to the National Grid.
Right, and we believe that there's power going to that pole, but for any reason they said there isn't. I know that Amtrak did bury their power underneath the railroad tracks years ago.
It's just not in our control.
I understand,
That's all.
that's where we gotta,
Yeah, there's an open question, we want to make sure that we do our diligence and we don't run into any issues with Amtrak.
So how tall are these berms?
So,
to the last,
there's a folded sheet, yep,
the last page has 10 years, but now, how tall is that? How tall is that, should got 10-year growth, the berm?
On the berms?
Yeah, the ones that's sticking out. Oh, wait a minute, it tells you. Well. No,
about 28 feet.
yeah, is what?
About 28 feet.
No.
The trees
28
themselves,
feet?
trees.
On the berm.
Yeah. The
The one
berm
in
and the
the
tree is
back.
28 feet.
That's
The
28 feet.
berm,
Mhm.
the dirt, and the tree is total of 28 feet.
Yeah.
High?
High, yes.
Because they're going in quite tall.
Sorry, and the berm itself is how tall?
So,
It's 4 to 5 feet at the entrance on the railroad track side, and as you go south, it goes down to 3 feet.
And the north facing one?
That is 9 feet.
9 feet.
Yes.
The burn and the trees on the north end of the dock. How is that burn?
9 feet.
9 feet. Okay, and in 10 years. In 10 years. Between the burn. And the tree
And the north end is, there's shrubs.
is what?
Shrubs are on the top of that.
Yes, shrubs.
Separate.
Okay. Okay, this is. It hides the operation very well, can't see anything. After 5 years. The problem I have is it also obstructs the view of the mountains south of the project. Right now, if you look, standing on Rick's Point, you can see straight on through south of the project. With this 9-foot berm plus the shrubbery, after 5 years, it eliminates some of the view of those Catskill Mountains and Mount Maroon and that. Can you lessen the berm? Or not have a berm at all? And just let the trees or shrubbery grow naturally and hide it?
Well, we started with trees and then we were asked to go to the berm. And
Yeah,
that's what
right.
brought us to where we are
Yeah,
tonight.
but then you did a great job on the renderings. And
Yeah.
that's.
And I think the goal there was the sound barrier.
Yeah,
right,
For
yeah.
screening, and if you wanted to. To see more of the Catskills, I think I could do that into the parking lot.
So you're telling me I can't have my cake and eat it too?
You can, you have to move over to the pavilion. Yeah.
But this view is the most difficult from which to see the river and the mountains, right? Like, we're as close
Yes.
as we could possibly be to the property.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
probably if you were standing at the next point, it would look very, very different.
Yeah, we had shown that in the last meeting, we had shown a picture, looking at with 3 barges.
With the barges, yeah.
It was like full view,
right.
but that was the next sort of peninsula out
All
from.
right,
Because if the berm was not there, you would see your operation,
right.
so it would still be a vision, and that doesn't look as good as the berm.
If we flip back and forth between the existing condition where that line is, where the berm starts.
Yeah.
There's that kind of that tower in the background,
Right,
Right,
and you're really not losing a lot, because the silo actually covers up a lot of that view right now.
and we're gaining that, because the
The
towers.
silo's going,
Yeah.
Making something down.
yeah, so it's almost the same view as far as the mountains.
Okay. All right, I would,
I had the same concern, and then I realized there was the vantage
I would
point.
draw on the protest.
I did remember, that when I had a site visit, you guys were telling me that a peregrine falcon lived in that, silo. Is that an issue? Peregrine falcon's nest being in the silo?
Yes, it is. And DEC will only give us 2 months out of the year to remove the site.
What tools?
I'll have to get back to you.
Okay.
Cause that would give the falcon time to re-nest elsewhere.
Yeah, they can explain that more.
Hmm?
I'm not sure they're still there.
It hasn't been there,
But
but it has in the past. We haven't seen it recently.
Which is something else we would subject to DEC sign off on, so we don't run into the issue Gavin's flagging of. Promising something and then having to come back to the board because there's issues with that.
or killing a peregrine falcon.
Well, we wouldn't do it.
These renderings are all posted on the planning board website, and I think they are in color. They're
Well,
in color.
the first 5 were not these other ones, I didn't see, maybe in another section.
That's the printout of what is on Uni Collab.
And the one that I pulled up from Unicolab just had those 5 initial drawings.
Okay, I'll double check.
Yeah.
So do we like the green fence instead of?
If I had to choose a fence, the green would look better than,
Slats.
than definitely than keeping the blind.
But would you go for no slats at all?
Yes,
It wouldn't bother me one way or the other, whether we did or did not have it, I'll be honest with you.
we asked,
I think both of them are beautiful, I'll tell you.
we asked for green slats to hide some of the project.
Right.
Green, is that okay? Black is out.
Fight about it.
Right.
I prefer no slats because it leaves it open and natural. You're gonna have the berm there, you're gonna have the trees there, so I don't need any slats.
But the fence is not going,
The fence is
on the
fenced.
side of the berm.
The fence is on the roadside.
Right on the side.
Yeah, the berm is on the inside.
And you're not gonna have a fence there, just a berm.
No, just the berm. It's a
Can we
fence,
revote
it's a
on
fence, the berm.
I think you can.
Correct. The fence is standing
I
as,
think
yeah,
that's
right,
ask
but the
and
plastic flat in it, or not the plastic. yeah.
But not on the other side. You're not gonna have a fence.
No, on the other side of the berm, no.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Shutsky, are you making a motion to re-vote on the existence of the slats?
It's open for discussion.
It's open for discussion, you're right. Not only that, we did, you gave us both pictures.
Yeah.
I feel it's been adequately discussed.
But did we decide?
We did decide.
What's the decision?
It was voted on.
It was voted on to have the black.
No,
No,
it
no,
wasn't.
no,
I voted
no.
on to have the green.
But can we,
Well.
And then they asked, then it was asked if you can bring us both.
Right.
but can we re-vote, because you're saying you would prefer no slats?
Yeah.
I think I prefer no slats, Veronica preferred no slats, could we,
And
now that we've seen it?
And I think the reason why we asked him to show us the green and the black, so that we could get an idea, so that we could make a final decision. I don't think that, to me, I thought it was a tentative decision.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a binding, vote.
Yeah,
It was a vote, yeah, it was a vote, but it wasn't binding, because after we voted, it was the suggestion that you guys see the black. So they said, okay,
Why don't you go around and poll everyone?
for what?
agree with
Agree black slats or no slats? Okay.
Hold on.
When the leaves are off the trees,
Mhm.
the slats will provide some kind of visual screening to the site. Without those slats,
Oh, so these trees go there in the winter?
yes, some of them do. There's a mix of deciduous.
They don't go there?
No,
The trees are not gonna go there, yes or no?
Deciduous trees.
Yeah, sweet trees, they're coniferous trees, they keep their annuals 4 seasons out of the year, it's a great.
Yes, I thought I read that in your little sweet tree.
So it's coniferous trees and a berm, so it would be green all year long.
Yeah, the trees are green all year long, so now we'll put the.
What kind of coniferous trees are limb up, or do they stay?
Yeah, yeah.
Does this coniferous tree limb up like a pine, or does it? keep
They're
low?
mostly gonna be white pines, depending, because we need
Because
some.
white pines grow, and they have bears.
They're gonna go out and up, they're gonna be a bush, more of a bushy tree than like a large tree, well, it won't look like a large tree.
All right, we're gonna track here,
It's a-
because the tree is gonna instantly. Okay, let's go.
Wait,
Okay.
we're gonna do a poll.
Poll,
We're gonna do a poll.
Okay. Randolph.
You know what, for the sake,
Green, green
for
or
the
not?
sake of expediency, no, green fence, no slats. It was the green
No,
slats.
no,
The
the
fence is-
the slats are green, or the slats are black.
I do want.
so green,
Green.
black, or none,
Correct.
Or
those
no,
are the three options.
Green, black or none.
we're gonna have the fence, okay?
The fence-
But either we're gonna have green slats in the fence or black slats in the fence, or no slats in the fence.
So three options, that's right.
It's not difficult.
It's not.
You want us to come back to you?
Not even
We can
psychotic.
come
Yeah,
back.
Aesthetically, I would pick the green, but for the sake of expediency, and no slats.
No, we
So,
all,
okay.
yeah, we're gonna take a poll, so you're,
Okay.
no slats,
Don't speak for me,
Gabby,
No slats.
I said for me.
Gabby,
no slats.
no slots.
Sabrina,
It doesn't bother me, I'll be honest with you, one way or the other, either I can go for the green or no slots.
Go for one,
yeah.
okay,
What'd you say? You're doing,
No slats.
no slats.
There we go.
No slots.
green slats,
Okay.
so, did I,
It's okay.
I don't have any problems with my decision. I know exactly.
We have big issues, we have big
I'll
issues.
I'll make a motion to do a revote on the slats, and my motion is no slats.
Okay, we don't need to revote, so what we'll do,
Wait, you said we voted on it?
No, you did, you just did it.
We got, we got.
Right, so, what, eventually, we're gonna get to a point where we're gonna start talking about
Oh,
actual
okay,
conditions.
okay.
And I-
And just, would it be included in the in a resolution?
Right,
Okay.
yeah,
Just
the
let it die.
idea here is
I
that
thought you
at
wanted
some
it
point,
not.
the board will be ready
Okay.
to look at conditions. And then we can go through and do it one at a time
Okay.
during that.
So let's chart and make sure that we remember, and that we don't no slots.
I'll remember, I have, that's it.
So it's the fence with no slats.
I'm gonna open a bar in Hudson called No Slats, so it's a-
Okay. Thank you for the renderings, thank you.
Thank you, they're beautiful.
Compliance. Let's see.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? No. Okay, so now we are in our deliberation.
Oh, no, I'd like,
Oh, you got a question?
I do have a question related to the barge incident. Can you just read for the public record what you submitted?
What are we talking
Did you submit something, detailing what happened with the barge? That's what I was told. I didn't see it yet,
We asked for it.
but you didn't provide it?
Oh, there's, I don't know what we would provide. I mean, I think if we were asked for an incident report.
Yeah.
What happened, I mean, we verbally notified the Coast Guard, which we were required to do, but there's no written report.
Oh, they don't give you a
documentation.
report back or do some type of?
No, it's the barge owner has to work with the US Coast Guard and DEC to come up with a plan to recover the barge and move it back to its home dock.
You said the barge is still there.
Oh, yeah.
Where would we get the report from? Would it?
I guess then a report would be the plan to recover the dock, that anybody could FOIA that from the US Coast Guard.
So,
Okay,
so then I just have
Public
questions
document.
regarding that. I was hoping to get, some sort of semi-official report, so I just have
If we
some
don't-
questions.
it's not like
to answer.
A petroleum spill where we would have like a spill form that we would submit to
Right.
DEC or anything like that, it's just verbally notified US Coast Guard.
Okay, but so then I have questions in regard to that, since we don't have that. So were there materials or were there not materials? When the barge capsized, were there materials in the barge? Were you in the process of loading the barge?
That's correct.
What materials spilled into the waterway?
I believe it was aggregate, so stone.
Question.
and this barge, was it a copper barge? Where the material was in it, or was it a top-sided where you load on top?
It was a deck barge, yeah.
Deck barge, deck barge,
And
okay,
that's the one you low on top.
on top, right?
And by your calculation, estimation, how much aggregate spilled?
80 to 100 ton.
And DEC, Coast Guard said it's okay to leave it, not to bother with it. So that small amount of material that did go into the river is gonna stay there and wash away with the tides.
Correct.
With no environmental impact
Yeah,
to the site or the river.
all the information we've given you tonight is all we can make the DEC.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. If they came and wanted to move it, we would work with them
Right.
on how to do so, but I don't think that's going to be
And
the outcome. I mean, it's source approved, it's the same stone that we've sold to the state to put in the river for checks, so, yeah.
And you as Caluso's regular course of business don't have a report or incident report generated, because you don't do it.
No, we
And-
notified the Coast Guard, we notified the DEC, and we notified the code enforcement officer.
And
so
anything
that
that we want or need will have to come from them.
And can you just take me back to the sequence of what happened? Last week you said that the barge came and you visually inspected it and it was not adequate, but then for some reason it was loaded. Like I was confused with those.
Yeah, I wasn't there, you guys want to,
The barge was visibly inspected, although it had some issues under the water line that we couldn't see. So as we started to load the barge, it became unstable and we stopped operations when we saw there was an issue.
How long does it take them to remove that if it's still there?
I think they're working with the Coast Guard on the recovery plan now. And that's the barge owner and the Coast Guard, we just secured it to the property for that.
Is that the first time that's happened? Is that the first time you've ever had an incident with any barge?
Correct.
Well, without them reporting it to us, we don't know.
And then the inspections are done by Coast Guard or
Oh, yeah, there
Private
was a
side.
Coast Guard inspection and then there was a paid inspector
paid inspector and
that
there's
signed
written,
off on that barge before it left Philadelphia.
right, and then there's written reports saying 3 months ago, 6 months ago, it's in pristine shape.
Well,
But when it arrived at your property, there's multiple holes in the bottom of it, which you had no knowledge of. So when you started loading, it took on water, which caused the capsize.
Well, when you see that there was water, I mean, if it had holes in the bottom, when you have noticed that there's water in the barge?
You can't see
No.
it.
There's
The sign.
You said it's,
There's an empty space between the bottom of the barge and the deck where you're loading the material.
Okay.
So it's not just like one sheet where you would see water coming up. It's not only, so when it took weight that it became unstable, these guys recognize this barge is not reacting to the load like it's supposed to.
In other words, you have no way of seeing in those barges. You just, the silo just loads the material.
Correct, they just get this particular barge.
Right, nobody goes and bend over and look.
Most of the barges that we do have hatches that you can open up and visibly look in. This is the first time this barge showed up and it has 2 hatches. Yeah, and they had 24 bolts on it. They're sealed hatches, so there was no way to visually inspect it.
There's no reason.
And if someone was taking on board, we didn't know it.
is there a procedure now in place for that not to happen again? Like, I mean, this is not the only type of barge that you'll have. What assurances does the public have that this would be a future problem, but maybe a more,
The Coast Guard inspects the barges and has to certify them for their, I guess, for that they're seaworthy.
I know, but this happened and they inspected that barge, so I'm saying moving forward, what is the assurance that it wouldn't happen?
Well, we don't own the barges, so there's nothing we can do to maintain these barges. All we can do is look at the paperwork that the Coast Guard provides and, you know, do our visual inspection before the barge is loaded and continue to watch the barge as it's being loaded.
We do that all the time. This particular one, we couldn't check. The barge showed up, started loading it, started listing, stopped loading it, and just kept taking on water for it over.
I mean, I guess the better question would be like, I mean, with Colarusso, would there be any sort of like legal liability or responsibility, like assumed for whatever happened? I mean, I'm just voicing it. It seems like that's where the line of questions leading to, so. I mean, it seems like most of the responsibility would lie with the Coast Guard or the inspection, because it seems like there was some sort of defect that was overlooked at the point of inspection. But would any of that responsibility fall on, you know, where the incident actually occurred? You know,
I can't speak to if. Yeah, I can't speak.
But I think what you're asking about, is there any additional protocol or any other procedure that could be put in place? If something similar like this, like if the checks are not met at the existing, which they should have been, it sounds like. You know, it should have been met, you had an independent person that looked at on that end, plus the Coast Guard as well, and they missed something, and then it came your way. Unfortunately now, there's a lot of questions on your way about it, so my thing is there, I think correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Martin, you were asking, is there another process or procedure that could help ensure a little bit more that something like this would not happen again, if possible? You know, is there anything that you learned from this process of what you could possibly do differently to have different results occur in, you know, a different outcome in the future?
That's a good question. We have tightened up our security when it comes to barges because of this happened. And we're gonna go the extra distance to prevent it happening in the future. To what extent that is, you know, we're not Coast Guard and we have to go by their rules and regulations, but when it comes to our dock, we will be paying close attention to detail.
So had you been able, to open those hatches, would you have seen that there were holes in the bottom?
You would probably seen it taken on water.
You would have seen it taking on water, so it sounds like the issue here is
That's
that,
protocol. The barges that we load, I don't think I've ever seen one like this. Where you can't open the hatch, you
Right.
literally physically look and see.
right,
You know, the 24 volts, it's not something that's practical, you take the hatch off to look at it.
it sounds to me like that's the issue,
Yeah.
that the hatches were bolted, so perhaps moving forward, one assurance that could be made is that you wouldn't load a barge. That you couldn't open the hatch
Right,
of
that you
and
could
do
fully
your own
inspect.
visual inspection.
Yeah.
If it's never happened before, it seems like that's the reason.
And just one quick question, we talked about you extending the barges when you, on occasion, when you might have multiple barges. If that barge, the one that sunk, the one that was defective, if that were at the end of the barge, let's see, you have 4 barges lined up, 2 and 2. what impact would that have had? Because barges are moored to each other. So what would that impact have had on the other barges that it was connected to? In the same scenario?
It broke the rope.
You're saying what would happen? It wouldn't necessarily pull down the other barges,
No,
it would just rip the
Just
moorings
broke the ropes.
right between them.
And right now, you cannot. Your operations have decreased because you can't put anything in that spot. Where you
No,
could have normally fit 6 barges.
Barges on the south.
Oh, it's not,
It's done by the rocks, it's not by the loading dock.
Why was it being loaded there as opposed to its normal?
How did they get it?
Like put it.
It moved.
What happened?
So it's,
Oh, the tugboat pushed
the
out.
barge was loaded,
Oh,
being loaded where we operate.
right.
The barge, or when the thing tipped over, the tugboat pushed it down on the shore.
Okay.
They were able to push it or shallow, so it would be grounded.
All right, so where it is now is not where it overturned.
No,
So now, you didn't notify the town at all.
City.
sure we did.
Yeah, tell me about that. What happens when what is your procedure when that happens?
Code enforcement officer.
Oh, that's the city of Hudson we're talking about,
Yeah.
right, city of Hudson. We're talking about
Okay.
city.
Because it was a Saturday, so I found out
Friday night.
pretty late.
So you did notify this.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh,
Coast Guard, DEC, and the code enforcement.
we didn't get, yeah, okay, we didn't.
I wasn't
we didn't-
aware of that.
Yeah,
That was-
we didn't get that at the last meeting, that the city was notified.
I don't think anybody had.
Oh, okay, good question.
And you didn't.
And you didn't.
Don't ask.
volunteer the
Yeah,
information.
good
And
one.
so the fire department and local police department wouldn't be contacted.
They were by the code enforcement.
Right,
Gotcha.
that would make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. That looks an answer to a lot of questions. So that is your procedure to notify the code enforcement when something like that happens.
Yeah.
Hmm, okay. Cause to be honest, we were under the impression that you didn't have to notify.
It may not be,
Yeah, it was,
in the code that we
And
have.
one of the things that I've asked every applicant, whether they've been here or coming, they must be community minded, so, you know. Would you not, we were under the impression that you didn't have to. And we were like, okay, you can no longer be invisible, do your thing down there, and we don't know anything, because you don't have to notify anyone in the city, but now you're saying that you do. You notify the code enforcement, for instance,
yes,
like that.
correct, and you may be correct, that there might not be something in the code that requires it. But as part of their procedure, they notify the code enforcement officer when they notify US Coast Guard and DEC. So you may be right, there may not be anything in the code.
So there should be a written report? How did you notify the code enforcement?
Telephone.
Telephone.
And you just told them that there was an incident and that you had tugboats on the scene and you were trying to remedy the situation.
And we were gonna be there after 7:00.
Yeah, but you weren't working.
And a meeting.
Right, not looking,
Yeah.
I'm looking.
Okay.
No further questions.
Does the code enforcement officer then, based on that, come and take a look at what's going on, or just take it at what you say and then? Stop it with that?
Did he come?
He stopped by.
Yeah, I don't remember during the day.
Yeah, he came by over the weekend.
Oh, so you
I wonder
need to
if
rush
they-
out of bed and come in,
I'm wondering if he made a report or his own.
well, I'm wondering if there should be another protocol attached to that.
Well, yeah, something.
Well, what is your protocol for spills into the Hudson? Do you have a written protocol or an agreement with the city or some sort of?
So so any spill, any discharge into the Hudson River there's state and federal laws that govern that, so anything. So for example, if there was a spill of petroleum anywhere in the city, that would have to be reported to DEC.
Correct.
That goes in the spill database, like any gas station or anything, so you're subject to that. Same as any other business, and then release of any mean, state law covers release of hazardous substances, releases, discharges of anything, pollutants into the Hudson River. For the material that came off the dock, that was reported to DEC, and then it's up to DEC, you know, they have certain standards for this is the time frame in which you have to report it. From discovery, whether that's immediate, several hours, 24 hours, who has to report it,
Mhm.
whether that has to be written or through just a phone call or email. So all that's covered in state, federal law.
Okay, and you're insured for all of that?
To operate the business,
No, for that, let's say for spills and that kind of thing. And that particular, it's just in your general policy, just curious, yeah. Okay.
Any more questions? And that, what you was just saying, also, the code enforcement for the city of Hudson is notified, right?
Yes.
And your spills and all that stuff. Yeah,
based on conversations.
yeah,
We thought we should notify him, so.
Yeah,
yes.
again, I don't think city code piggybacks on state code, it says, and when there's a reportable spill in state
you
federal
do.
law, but
Yeah, you do know that.
And I think it's a good idea, but.
It's not
we
required,
can make that as-
you went one step farther, you just.
correct.
Yeah,
Cover all bases.
yeah, right now it's not required, but they do it. I know, but they do it by telephone, so you know.
Could have done it, if he's only done
Okay, so, now you all,
So let me just to put a fine point on that, so we're saying that in the future, you won't load any barges that you haven't been able to fully access and inspect, is that correct?
Yes.
right, and if they're, you know, if they're faulted, then you can't see them, they don't really. They need to put that as well.
Okay.
Also, something I just mentioned about they do notify the code enforcement maybe.
Yeah, that's a
Maybe something
legislation
should be
that
invited,
we
not
stipulate that they do.
telephone calls.
It's not
How
required,
about, how about a rating?
it's not required, and they already do it, so.
But,
Yeah, they already do it, but it doesn't hurt to put that in there.
It's
Try to make it
right.
it should be a condition.
Yeah,
Then
Yeah.
come up with a policy.
it's, you know, he's already doing it, but basically.
So would you guys like to review the resolution that we sent to
Do
you?
you have any more?
Oh, anybody have any more questions? You guys?
Not about that. Yes.
So let's just talk about the resolution for a
Yeah.
minute.
Okay.
So the draft document,
Mhm.
ultimately it has to be the planning board's document, but this is just to help you focus your discussion because there are certain things the board has to consider as part of this application. And so, this will help you focus on the findings you have to consider and then what conditions, so let me just go over how it's set up.
Okay,
I think
good.
it's helpful.
Yes.
So the beginning of the resolution has all the recitals about the history of this project. We can go through them if you want, but I don't think we need to spend time talking about them right now. Starting on page 5. That's where the conditional use permit findings start. And so, again, these are findings that the board has to make, but they are laid out there so that you don't skip one. So you have to make the findings, you know, the numeric findings, and we can reword as needed. These are just there so so you understand what kind of information is being asked. Then, at the end, the next section, it talks about if you are to approve this, what conditions must be met before it's considered approved.
Sorry, what page are you on now?
That's the bottom of page 10. So those are things like our standard conditions, like before it's considered approved, they need to update the site plan, paint this. And then the next section would be ongoing conditions. And those are conditions that are supposed to apply to the operation for the life of the operation. So those two sets of conditions serve different functions, and so they're broken out. And so I just want everyone to keep that in mind as we go through the document. So we should start with the findings. And, you know, everyone should, I will try to make updates tonight, but if things are if there's a lot of changes, we can, you know, I can update later and we can send it out again. It's a work in progress, so. I leave it to the board. So let's start with the first conditional use finding. Oh, you wanna wait for Teresa?
Yeah, we can give it a few.
Sure. I'm not, the vice chair, want to call Ruth?
Well, she should write in a second, but I do have one, just for clarification, I just have one more question. When you're loading a barge, the chute that the coal comes out of from the dock, it's not, is it affixed in any way to the barge, or it just kind of hangs over the barge and
Just a hand over.
right, so it's not connected physically?
I guess bring some to use that.
You know, okay, so we can do a 5-minute break then. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break.
Does anyone need a copy? Go, a paper copy? Yeah,
I would like.
Yeah, let me just-
I didn't print them out, I just read.
I have the prints. It's easier to follow on.
Yes, so Vice Chair, where are we gonna go? 5-minute break?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unmuting.
We're resuming our meeting for October 28th, 2025 at 7:54 P.M. Okay, we're going.
So, I was suggesting that the board start reviewing the findings and language and.
Okay, I mean, how about it?
You want me to walk through?
Yes,
Yes.
please. Hey, you go. Yeah, we helped you, but
Okay, so
Your
first
language.
findings, all proposed structures, equipment and material will be readily accessible for fire and.
It's page 5.
on page 5,
Got it.
so we start.
Before we go to page 5, can we start on page 2?
Okay.
Anybody want to start on another page? Okay. One, you want to start on one?
I thought we might go in order, so.
Well, page 1 is, okay, all right, so you want to start on page 2? Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
wait,
Page 1,
okay, page 1.
second to last paragraph.
Uh-huh.
Projects located within 500 feet of the state highway. Referring to Columbia County Planning Board. What state highway is that?
I guess it's the river,
The
so
river.
Yeah, it will be.
of the Hudson River, here we go.
Well, the Hudson River is like a highway, it's just.
It still triggers the 239 on the river, so I'll change that wording.
All right, what are we?
Yeah, or municipal boundary.
Uh-huh. We're doing this.
Oh, okay.
We're doing this.
All right, now,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because it triggered it, it did go to the county.
It did go,
And
it
the
was
county-
triggered.
And the county did approve it, so could it be a moot viewpoint then?
No, we should make that change so it's accurate. You're right, it wasn't a state highway. It's the boundary in the Hudson River.
And what are we changing it to?
Of the Hudson River or a municipal boundary must be referred to Columbia County Planning Board.
Okay,
Thank you, Jean.
Good job. I did read it.
Okay, anything else on page 1?
Gabby?
Okay, we go to
Yeah.
page 2.
so when it was referred to the Columbia County Planning Board.
Which one, Gabby? Which one are you?
On page 2.
On
I know.
page 2, second paragraph,
Mhm.
That's
I'm
it.
just referring to the recommendation that Jean was just pointing out on page 1 to the Columbia County Planning Board, the CCPB.
Mhm.
On August 2020. I was curious about that because it was before my time. So I went and looked at those minutes from that meeting and I have some questions based on that meeting. I don't have a copy of the minutes for everybody, but I'll read from them and I can pass them around if anybody needs me to. But so these are the minutes of the Columbia County Planning Board meeting on August 17th, 2020. And they're talking about, well, they talk about both the Hall Road application and the dock operation. There's relevant stuff in the Hall Road application, that I'll quickly refer to. So this is the information that was used when the Columbia County Planning Board approved the permit, so seems very relevant to me. Here is a quote, this is for the Hall Road application, but again, I think it's relevant. The applicant proposes to improve the existing Hall Road between the quarry and the docks to accommodate two-way truck traffic, which will remove an estimated 14,000 to 16,000 truck trips annually at current conditions. So 14 to 16,000 truck trips is a lot less than what we're talking about currently. Based on my math, that's about 64 a day. So that would be a lot less than the 284 a day. And I believe that was from the Creighton Manning study. So that was a 2019 volume. So their approval was based on those numbers. That was for the Hall Road. And then later, they also in the Hall Road meeting, they say, the CCPB notes that the Town of Greenport Planning Board as lead agency for New York State Secra review, upon great consideration of any potential impact, made a determination of significance, issued a neg deck finding that the project will result in no significant adverse impacts on the environment. That neg deck indicated no increase in volume, and that was 2017. So the volume then was max 16,000 trucks a year. So the volume has increased significantly since then. So this approval is based on numbers that are no longer accurate. Thus making the approval irrelevant or at least problematic. Then they move on to the discussion of the actual dock operation. And here they say the hours of operations are proposed as 7 AM to 6 PM Monday through Thursday and 7 AM to 5 PM on Friday. Trucks will not run on Saturday or Sunday, thereby reducing loading and unloading at the dock from 84 to 75 hours per week. These concessions to the operations of the docking operation will likely eliminate most, if not all, potential or perceived conflicts with any events at the City of Hudson Riverfront Park and the Basilica Industria, as these functions are typically hosted during the weekends. It goes on to say the applicant is proposing concessions to limit the trucking and dock operations to weekdays and to further limit the number of hours per day during which operations will be underway at the dock. That's repeated again and again. In addition, the elimination of hours of operation at the dock will also decrease the intensity of use. This application does not include any proposed expansion of the existing use. Hauling would not be conducted on weekends and major holidays. This is an effort to mitigate any potential or perceived conflict with other commercial, recreational, and cultural uses in the vicinity. Again, they say the applicant has proposed to modify hours of operation at the dock, limiting them to weekdays between the hours of 7 AM to 6 PM Monday through Thursday and 7 AM to 5 PM on Fridays. So the Columbia County Planning Board review approval was based on a very different set of circumstances than we've been discussing. And these were all based on the Greenport Secra review, which has also very different numbers than we've been discussing, which I have right here, thanks to one of the many very well-researched public comments that has been given to us. So that Columbia County Planning Board approval review was based on the Greenport Planning Board Secra evaluation done in 2017, which actually had a 10 loads, 20 trips per day truck traffic data that was provided by Creighton Manning. So this seems like a lot to discuss, and I'm wondering how we're supposed to make sense of this.
Yeah, it's true, the Columbia County Planning Board referral did review the dock operation. The haul road operations are separate, so I mean, I know you were having a joint discussion. But it does say 7 to 6 Monday to Thursday, 7 to 5 on Friday. Which was a reduction of loading and unloading at the dock. So at the time, that is what they believe the dock operations would be.
So if we need the Columbia County Planning Board to review this current application, we would need to refer it again with these new hours that are being.
Well, right now, it's the same operation. It's the same application, and you guys have not decided on the hours yet.
Okay, well then, let me make it known that Columbia County Planning Board approved this permit with those hours. And that seems highly significant, and also with 20 truck trips per day.
I don't know if the 20, I know you just said that, I don't know if that's accurate. I have different numbers.
They also said the Greenport Planning Board assumed and stated that volume would not increase over time. That was part of the Greenport Planning Board Secra evaluation. Volume has increased significantly and continues to do so. So all of these approvals are based on numbers that are no longer accurate. I'm not sure if they ever were accurate. Even in 2017, those numbers were not accurate. They were running more than 5,400 trips a year. Those are 2015 numbers, and I know it increased significantly by 2017.
So in 2009, when the city did its DGIS on the LWRP, they were estimating 160 total trips, Monday through Friday. And then when Creighton Manning came in and did their evaluation, that's when the study went to 284 truck trips, or a maximum of 103,000 a year. So I don't have anywhere 20.
The 284 trips was not based on actual truck trip data. That was, I believe, an engineer, right? Reporting that that's what the haul road would be able to sustain.
At the time, that was derived from the barge capacity. So they took how much that they shipped, how much aggregate was shipped, and then they divided by the capacity of the barges, and they came up with a rough estimate.
But that would mean that they were running 284 trips every day, if that was how much they were shipping at the barge.
That number is a max. I don't think it was ever stated that's what they were doing. That was the max possible based on.
The max possible, not what they were running.
Correct.
Okay,
So
that-
those are the numbers that I have. So in 2009, when they did the DGIS, 160 trips a day.
Well, 2009 is before our applicant even owned the dock, right?
But that's what the 2011 zoning would have been based on, the 2009 DGIS numbers. So again, I just don't know where 20 is coming from.
It's coming from. I don't have the Greenport Planning Board secret evaluation in front of me, but I have somebody referring to it. Our Hudson, one of the letters from our Hudson Waterfront refers to it.
I can easily address the question.
Sure.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'm not,
Yeah.
I can't, I don't know where those numbers are coming from.
Okay.
It's a Creighton Manning, it seems like. There was a Creighton Manning letter.
Yeah, so the town report, I mean, this is all numbers that are coming about the Hall Road. The Hall Road seeker findings, the county planning board, that's all referring to the seeker process that the town of Greenport did, which was based on a traffic study. That the traffic study picked a maximum number, not to see what the Hall Road could sustain, but for traffic purposes and impact purposes for SECRA. And the number they used was 284 trips, and that's what we were permitted to do.
Yeah.
So that's what that review is based on. It's not based on anything else. It's very clear in the record. Our Hudson Waterfront and other people challenged that and sued the town of Greenport for saying that that wasn't adequate, and the court said, no, you're wrong, that was adequate, that seeker's done, and the other courts have said, that's behind you, that's done. And our permit was issued, so this is just,
I think the question was, I don't know where she said 20 trips a day, that county planning would.
I don't know where anything in that comment.
What about if, would you like to comment on what the Columbia County Planning Board said in terms of the dock operation hours?
During the minutes, they
Yeah.
made a finding in a written letter.
Excuse me?
So whatever happened in the minutes is irrelevant. They made a finding in the written approval for this. It's been upheld. The hours I think that you're referring to have to do with the Hall Road, because those are. what's
No, that,
reflected.
actually, it's in the county 239 M letter on the dock operation. It does have those ones.
That it must be, I think it might be a typo, because at that time we had to.
If it's a typo, they made it many, many times.
That's fine.
There is a whole paragraph in the letter on the fact that the dock will not operate Saturday or Sunday. Well, it says trucks will not run Saturday or Sunday.
No, it also says the dock will not operate. It's not just talking about trucks. This is for the commercial dock operations site plan review and CUP. And it refers to the dock operations repeatedly here. So what I'm saying is if the Columbia County Planning Board approved this based on false information, then we need to refer it back to the county. And you're saying this is false information?
No, I don't understand what you're saying is false
He doesn't
information.
know.
Would you like to look at these minutes?
No, I don't.
Well, no, let's
Wait,
look at
wait, wait,
the minutes-
wait,
the minutes aren't
wait.
public. You can look at the 239M response that was submitted to the board. So it's dated
Where,
August 20th, 2020.
Okay, we'll take a look.
That's from Columbia County Planning.
where can I find that? Because I didn't know where to find that. I could only do it this way.
It's down in record, I'll email it.
She'll email it to you.
Yeah.
The attorney, I mean, email, she has it up, and she'll email it to you. Okay, so.
It says, again, this. Since there's uncertainty around this, the applicant is proposing concessions to limit the trucking and dock operation to weekdays. So at some point, it sounds like you proposed concessions to limit the dock operations to weekdays. They thus made a determination not just to approve this, but that it would be beneficial to the waterfront and that it would not have a negative impact on the park and the local economic development. So that seems like a pretty major factor, right? Because if there's 284 truck trips going on Saturdays and Sundays, that has a major impact. And they're determining that it wouldn't because they didn't think it would be operating on the weekends.
Right, but now there's no trucks on the weekends.
But the dock operations, this is about the dock operations,
Yeah, I'd have to review that
which
document.
also includes now potentially loading 6 barges a day and constantly pouring aggregate into those barges, which I spend a lot of time at the park, is a nuisance.
Now, was that okay?
So let me ask you, are you saying that you didn't propose those hours?
I just asked the question.
Not you, but I'm just saying, did you guys ever
We'd have to
propose
look
those
at the
hours?
record, I mean,
Okay. Randall, I
years
just asked
ago,
the
I have no
question.
idea.
It's not an approval, but it's a jurisdictional requirement that it be referred to the county planning board for comment.
Right.
But in our,
It's not, so.
It's not an approval, but this is what they said.
when you say it's not an approval, I'm confused because in this draft resolution, it says. Whereas on July 27th, 2020, the project was referred to the CCPB, which responded on August 2020 with a recommendation of approval
Recommendation, yeah, they recommended the planning board approve it.
based on false information.
Again, I don't know if it's false, it's the information they had before it, which is the information you guys are deciding now.
Okay, well,
I don't understand.
It says it's-
about it either.
you just said it was a typo.
Oh, I'm saying that's possibly what it is, because I don't know why the planning board, I don't know why that referral has hours of operation to the document. I don't have an explanation. That was a thought that it could be.
Okay, potentially inaccurate information.
But I'm saying, in your recollection, you never proposed, not working on the weekends at the dock, you never proposed that?
No,
But we're not proposing it now.
I'm just saying, I mean, historically, you've never proposed it.
No matter of fact, we said the opposite, We said we'd be willing to do the hauling on just weekdays, but we needed to have the ability to roll in on loan partners on weekends. That was when we were negotiating the hauling permits. That's all.
Any more questions for me?
So I will add a paragraph that another whereas clause that says CCPD's response further. Let's see, further was based on, or,
Referring to?
let me see, how do I say this? Is based on a reduction in hauling hours.
Well, can we get those minutes? Can we research and get those minutes?
I
That
mean,
was an issue.
the minutes again are kind of irrelevant, because they have a 5 or 6 page document that was approved, so I think everyone should read the document, because the document is what's binding.
No, but my question is whether the applicant asked for those hours. They don't believe that, they're stating that they don't believe that they did, but that's a material issue here.
I can share the minutes with you.
It does say hours of operations have been condensed, so at the time when they were reviewing it, they were reviewing an operation with reduced hours of operation.
So you're gonna add a whereas?
Yeah,
What was it?
whereas the CCPD's response further indicated that hours of operation at the dock would be condensed.
So are you gonna change the whereas that's here or?
I just added them.
Okay. And that's gonna go after the, whereas for July 27th, 2020.
It'll just go after the discussion of the CCPD.
It also says, in addition, the elimination of hours of operation at the dock will also decrease the intensity of use. And in fact, the intensity of use has been significantly increased. It also says the application does not include any proposed expansion of the existing use. So there's a lot of misleading, at the very least, information in
Well,
this.
I don't think they are, I mean, expansion of a physical footprint is not.
Why is it physical? Why isn't it an expansion of volume, of intensity, of hours of operation?
So, I mean, that's the question. When you're looking at non-conforming uses, they often draw a distinction between expansion of physical footprint, when you're making a building bigger, when you're making a use cover more of the property, versus when you have a use, when you're using it more intensely. So I don't know what they meant by that.
Well, intensity is, I think, clear in our code that it means intensity that would result in impact, which wouldn't necessarily have to be a physical increase of intensity, but could be volume, hours of operation, et cetera.
So whereas would that be defined? Intensities?
So the Creighton Manning official report was done in what year?
I said it would be a limited average, just put it in the facts.
Okay. Okay, so she's gonna add awareness to the facts.
Just, sorry, can I clarify? The Creighton Manning report was 2020, is that right?
It was.
But the Greenport secret review was 2017, so how were they using that, the data in a 2020 report?
It was earlier than that, it was revised in 2020. But the Great Manning report was the basis for the secret findings. It's in the secret record for the town of Greenport, NECDAC.
I mean, I'd have to go back through the secret record. I know that we had it in July 2020 and then it's revised version in October 2020. So that was for the whole vote.
I haven't been able to find that on the planning board portal.
The Creighton Manning report?
The Greenport secret findings.
Well, that's because they were for the whole road. So they probably won't be on the portal for this application.
Because we didn't have it for
We didn't have the portal
portal
at that
at
time.
that time. But if you go on the website and look up in the box where it says agenda.
Correspondence,
decisions, correspondence, you'll find it there.
It's the
And
correspondence.
look up under the whole.
Correspondence, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so
Anything else on page 2?
anything else on page 2?
I just want. Planning board site, and then look at the download them.
That's it, you said that. Anything else on page 2, because we're moving to page 3?
No, sorry.
All right.
It is that, man.
Any questions for page 3?
Well, I had a question here. On
Yeah.
page three, in the middle of the page, whereas all new members have been provided with links to all application materials and public comments. I did not find, and it could totally just be my ignorance in using this really, I think, confusing portal, but I did not find all the public comments pertaining to this review in the.
Okay, you would only find the ones that came in through the right period of time. The ones that came in after the period of time, they're not posted.
After which period of time?
Well, the public hearing, when the public hearing was closed and the time period that we allowed for comments was closed, anything that came in after would not be posted.
But I'm talking about the earlier public comments, because I found some in other places, like under minutes and under other sections of the website, I found letters from the original.
It should be all on Caruso's page.
And a lot of them was in the email system. A lot of the comments were put into the email, so you'll find a lot of them there.
In, what do you mean the emails?
In a planning board email, any emails that we send to one another, you'll find a lot of those comments from all the organizations, all 500 of them. They should be in, some of them should be in the email system prior to this Muni collab.
Right,
Well-
it's not that old, the system's not that old.
I mean, I
No,
also
it's not.
sent around a list of all the comments. that
We did.
have
Yeah,
received In an Excel file.
Right, but I had a hard time finding the actual comments. I read all the ones I could find, of which there are hundreds. But then I kept, when I was doing other research, finding more comments that were from
Okay, well, the
earlier.
comments you're looking for within the proper time period?
So, well, let's just,
Isn't it the whole,
so, what are you saying? Are you saying that you don't have access to all the materials?
I'm saying I'm not sure that I do, and I'm saying I'm not sure it's clear where they are, and that I wasn't directed in any like clear way as to where to find all of the public comments. They're all over the place on the website, and I personally, have spent days trying to locate them all and then read them all, so I'm just wondering if I have been provided with the links to all the application materials.
So, look, we have a list of the comments as we have them. If you didn't have it, you can reach out to our clerk who maintains the
Secretary.
planning board files.
Yeah. Linda,
Okay.
you could just send an email and ask her to send you all the comments within the proper time period, because the ones that are not in the proper time period, she would not have posted.
I think she's talking about the early ones before the gap,
Before the,
before Muni collab.
oh, you.
I don't know
those-
when
You know
you-
where those may be?
Mhm.
You have to go in on the website
Mm-hmm,
and it's a box
mm-hmm.
on the upper left. And it'll say correspondence, they may be right there.
It's on, before Muni collab, things were posted directly to the website.
Right. But
So
after-
did everybody on the planning board understand that, and has everybody
Mhm.
read all the public comments since?
Yep, but I think we have many people that are doing that first publication. Yeah, we
No.
That was just.
Not in 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're talking about,
Never.
2017, 2020. No, we didn't, oh, you wanna go back there?
I thought we were meant to review all the public comments made that relate to this
Oh, so you going
application.
back to 2017, 2020?
Yes,
So-
everyone
No, we didn't have.
responsible, but most of the comments were resubmitted in the updated public hearings.
And see, I am, I was on the board at that time, so.
So they're right there on the website, Gabby.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's in the box,
It's under planning board documents.
right, in the box.
But you're
right
saying you didn't specifically know exactly where to find it because it was not shared with you.
I'm saying that that there is a section that says public comments, and that there's other sections that have other public comments, and I was never told to look elsewhere other than where it says public comments, so I just stumbled upon some of them, and I was very surprised to find more public comments. that
Is
I
this the
hadn't
first time you've ever asked, where are they?
Well, I assumed they were where they say they are. I didn't know they would be hiding in other places,
All right,
and
but
I
when
was
you
never
put-
given
yeah,
any guidance.
Now you're just asking it, will let me know where they are.
I'm just wondering if everybody knows that, and because the public comments are a wealth of information and history on this very complicated application, and I've certainly gained a lot from reading them, so I just wanted to make sure, because it's hard to find them all.
Okay, any more questions on page 3? Let's move to page 4.
Okay. Anything on page 4?
Anything on page 4?
Well, page 4 refers to the LWRP, which I still have lots of questions about, so I don't know if this is a good time.
This is the time.
Okay. So I've asked these questions before. Last time I didn't have copies. Tonight I brought copies of this coastal map that I think indicates very clearly that Hudson is a coastal area. So I'm once again just wanting to understand what the argument is for the LWRP not being legally binding. I have a coastal area map that is a New York State GIS map. It is the exact same area as the LWRP map with the addition of the two ponds. So. What is the issue with the map and the LWRP?
The map that you have is a GIS map that shows a coastal area. I mean, there's no question that the Hudson River has a coast.
Oh, but you said that it wasn't defined as a coastal area, so.
Coastal area with a little c. In our code, the code defines it as something that is on file with the Secretary of State. And
Where-
that map is not there
Where does the code say that?
in the definition.
What definition?
Okay, let me look it up. Make sure I put this in the email.
Well, it's always only.
Okay, so in section 325 -42.
Oh, my internet stopped working.
You can write it down,
Interesting comment. Well, no, I wanted to look at it.
but I'm saying if you know, just for time's sake. Right, you know, if you can't get it now, you can write it down and you'll look at it, we'll get back to it next time.
Well, I have most of the code printed out here. 325 what?
42.
No, I don't have 42. Okay.
It has a definition of coastal area. It defines it as the area on the coastal area map on file in the office of the Secretary of State and is delineated in the LWRP. So,
And is delineated in the LWRP? So-
right, so we know what the LWRP delineates, but it never made it to the Secretary of State.
But it,
Look, I get it, it's. Everyone intended for it to happen, I just am interpreting it as not happening, and the
But what-
state does not go through an LWRP process for any application. Because it
when you
doesn't
say,
work, even before I was attorney here,
but when you say it not, that it didn't happen, you mean the filing with the state?
correct.
Okay, so that's a different argument than there is no map, because I've asked.
That there's no map on file in the office of the Secretary of the State, you have to read the whole clause.
Okay, well, I've spoken to the Department of State, I have case law here that I can send you. The municipal home rule law states that we can use our LWRP as a legally binding part of our zoning code, which we have, we've adopted it without it having been adopted by the state. It is a separate issue with the state,
Yes,
so.
Gabby, look, we went through this at ad infinitum, right? If this code, if this definition simply said, as shown on the city's local revitalization map, then we would have a local revitalization area in the zoning law that the zoning provisions would apply to. But the way it's defined is that it has to be on a map somewhere else, and that map doesn't exist, and therefore, even though we have regulations, they don't apply anywhere.
It had, sorry, can you read it again, because I can't see it in front of me. So it has to be on a map somewhere else.
Yes, and I've sent this to you in an email, so.
I didn't, I'm sorry,
multiple times.
Well, you can get it.
multiple times you've sent me this part of the
Wait,
zoning.
hold it, hold
Yes,
it.
I mean, you must have my
Okay.
email address, I have not received that.
Okay, but
Okay.
she just sent it to you again.
No, I did not send it
No,
today,
Not
but
today.
I mean, I sent it to the entire board.
But you sent a portion of the zoning
Yeah.
code?
Yes.
Oh, well, I did not receive that.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, it's.
So, but
So-
it's the same discussion that we had at the last meeting.
no, but it's still not clear to me, because in the
city
last
will-
meeting you were
The
saying that.
city will cut us off at about 9 o'clock.
Okay, so. at
I mean,
the last
this is a
meeting,
huge issue. This is our legally binding zoning code. It's a law and.
The zoning
there-
law look, this is why I'm suggesting go through the resolution. The zoning law has a lot of provisions that this board needs to go through and apply. Right? A lot of the stuff from the LWRP has been incorporated into your zoning law. So you can still go through and make all the findings in your zoning law.
So
We're
when,
just not reviewing a coastal assessment form.
okay, so when I said the other day something about the LWRP and Mr. Ruan said the LWRP is irrelevant and you confirmed that, this is now a more nuanced argument. So the part of the LWRP that is in the zoning code is law, but we're not doing the coastal consistency review.
No, the provisions that have been incorporated into the zoning text for the conditional use permit. You have to apply, you have to review, you have to go through them. The process for the LWRP and coastal assessment form does not apply this area, because this area is not shown on a map on file with the Secretary of State.
Okay, so just to put it in layman's terms, the part of the zoning code that lays out the LWRP provisions that we need to review is legally binding.
On a coastal area, yes. So if that, it's like a springing interest. It's like a
What?
Never mind. Gabby, I don't know what to say. I can't change my opinion on this.
I'm not asking you to change your opinion, I'm just trying to understand what it is. I'm asking if the zoning code that has the section that says must have a consistency review with the LWRP 325-32.2 is in fact law that we can apply here.
325, what section are you citing?
325-35.2.
Okay,
LWRC consistency review of actions.
right. So the Coastal Consistency Review Board, which I assume is the planning board, shall be responsible for coordinating review of actions in the city's coastal area.
Mm-hmm.
The coastal system review.
So
The
then we go
entire-
back to
the
definition
entire
of
city-
coastal area.
The entire city is a
Zoning
coastal
law.
area.
Gabby, is the definition of coastal area refers to the LWRP map on file with the Secretary of State.
But then why, when I asked the Department of State if our LWRP is legally binding law in our zoning code, despite the fact that they don't have a copy of it, they say, yes, it is.
Look, I don't know what question you asked them. I don't know exactly what you asked in order to get that answer. But they are not, their opinion is not binding on the city of Hudson in any way.
So I'm sorry, can you just answer me yes or no? Because I'm not trying to get you to change your opinion. I genuinely am confused by your answer. So this part of the zoning code, 325-35.2, is this legally binding or not?
Okay, some questions can't be answered yes or no. And if anyone else in this board have that issue, we'll speak up now, and if not, I want to just move on. I want to see if the rest of the board is ready to move on.
I have a comment.
Okay, thank you.
This issue has been gone over hours and hours on end by Gabby, by our attorney, by Calarusa's attorney. It almost looks like she's gonna continue this debate, this delay tactic until she gets the answer that she wants. And with our attorney that we're paying good money for, we have to go by what she tells us to do and not to do.
And our understanding of it, and right now, no one else on this board shares your maybe I don't wanna be negative, but you're not understanding. Is there anybody else on the board that shares Gabby's? Okay, so it's time to move on. Gabby, you can have these conversations with someone else, but right now it is 8:30 something and we wanna move on.
So you
Okay.
can't tell me yes or no, to
No,
whether this
some
section of the code
She
applies?
said it, some
Yeah, but the
questions can't
section
be
is
answered.
in the code is valid, right?
Okay, thank you.
The court says the code isn't valid. This says Coastal Consistency Review Board, I don't believe that board exists in the city of Hudson, shall be responsible for coordinating review of actions in the coastal area. Coastal area is a defined term, so
Okay, you don't have to say it again.
Okay.
We have agreed to move on. That was the first announcement. We are moving on. Thank you. Okay, any more questions on page 4? Okay, let's move to page 5.
Okay, so this is where the board,
Oh, wait a minute, any questions before we get to the, conditional use, permit finding? Okay, nothing, okay, go ahead.
okay, so I think the board should walk everyone through 1, 2, numerically each of the findings.
Okay, that's, we're at the conditional use permit findings, we're gonna go through 1, 2, and all of them.
And you want me?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I should say, does anyone have a question on finding number 1? Or do you want to change that later?
No, Rick, can you read them?
Okay, I mean, it'll be a lot of reading, but. All proposed structures, equipment, or material will be readily accessible for fire and police protection.
No structures are proposed to be constructed and dock is accessible to emergency vehicles.
I don't know, any changes?
Any changes, everybody's agree with that? No, you're not?
No,
Oh,
good.
okay, good.
No change.
Okay, no changes.
Okay, number 2, the second finding the board has to make is that the project will be of such location, size, and character that in general, it will be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development of the district in which it is proposed to be situated, and will not be detrimental to the orderly development of adjacent properties in accordance with the zoning classification of such properties. So there's some sample language there, that we can add, track.
Can I just add one thing to the,
Yes,
I think it'll go over smoothly.
go for it.
Go for it, it's just.
I understand you want to move
suggestion from him.
forward, it's just a
He's
suggestion.
not, he's,
I just want to clarify, the first sentence in the proposed language, the only suggestion I would say is, well, we do currently operate with
wait a
conditions.
minute, that's number 2?
Yes.
It's,
That's what we're
the
on.
sentence says the project is a continuation of an existing dock used on the Hudson waterfront, which currently operates without any conditions.
Yeah, so I would just say that we do have conditions that we do are subject to under the city code. Yeah. And they're referred to as, in the continuation of that sentence in the code, subject to the following conditions.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
that's the, I just wanted to clarify.
It's already in the code, it's not something that we put into it.
Correct,
It's already there.
correct, but this just says without any conditions.
Okay.
You are subject to
Okay.
conditions.
so
I just
maybe
wanted to make it.
change it to say without a conditional use permit? Without conditions imposed under a conditional use permit?
Do we have, will we have to put them in?
I mean, again, this is a work in progress, you can think about it, but.
Without any conditions. Without.
How, without a current valid, can you put without a current valid conditional use permit?
I put, right now it says imposed, without conditions imposed under a conditional use permit. Cause there is no conditional use permit for the
Right.
site.
But there was, so I'm
There was
saying,
never,
Oh,
So
so you're
it's
talking
not
about
conforming.
existing.
it,
it was not conforming use, right?
it never had, it didn't have a permit before.
Okay. So this is existing, it's not what we're planning, or what we.
The cement plant did have something,
Maybe, I mean, maybe this is that plan, but this is just the dock.
right, but that they were using.
I know right now, there's no conditional use permit.
Right, that's what they're saying, no it's not a valid. Cause you said when they did the bulkhead repair,
It was operating as, under the code, it operates as a non-conforming use under the code.
right, and so that triggered now the need for them to have a formal
Conditional use.
conditional use permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, we have to change what you were gonna do.
I changed it to say operates without conditions imposed under a conditional use permit.
Right, okay.
Without,
Yeah, that sounds all right.
say that again.
We're gonna get it.
Okay.
We're gonna, this is being talked about, discussed. And we will get a copy of the regulations. Okay. Any comments on that?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay.
The existing dock use has not been a significant deterrent to such businesses, referring to Kitty's and Basilica Hudson. This feels misleading because the operation has been operating at a much lesser volume than that which we are going to grant them a permit if we allow for the 284 maximum truck trips a day. So to imagine that whatever impact it has currently isn't a deterrent to such businesses, which I'm not sure how we can even say that, is not at all what the impacts will be if it's running at maximum capacity every day. It will have huge impacts and will be a significant deterrent, not just to such businesses, but to future development, which is a provision in the LWRP that we have to, make sure that we scrutinize carefully. So I have,
What are you suggesting? And I see that as, okay, I see that as an assumption. That they will be doing the 284. They asked for the max, which they had said they had only done it once or twice or something like that. And I don't think we should, we don't know what's gonna be if they do the max.
but if we're allowing them to operate at that capacity, that's what we have to discuss the impacts for.
Yeah, you have
And-
to assume the worst case.
Yeah, I think we've been asked to make that assumption.
Based on impacts.
That, I mean.
This came about.
The trucks are done, right?
Yeah.
They can get to the gate, but right now we're talking about the things at the dock.
Well, this
So what
is
happens?
the existing dock use.
Cause all
No,
this.
this is
a lot of
talking about
things
the
there-
project will be of such location, size and character that it will generally be in harmony with the appropriate and
you're-
orderly development of the district in which it is proposed. So we're not just talking about the existing,
I think that sentence, it was talking about the existing operation, and then it goes on to say that the conditions will ensure that the continued operations do not impact the orderly
And
development.
that's.
But again,
that's
tell me
That's
how
the
you want it.
conditions that we will put in place at the.
You understand that?
later in the document,
Is that?
right? Yeah, in other words, it's talking about conditions that we need to put in first.
Correct.
Right, so we haven't gotten there yet, all right? So I don't think this should be, I don't think that needs to be changed, because we're going to. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move, do you, okay, Randall? In other words, this is talking about, us, the conditions that we're, there's another section to this whole, did you guys get a chance to see? We have a section with placing conditions. Yeah,
so
this
this,
is just the finding, what's existing now.
Yeah, she's talking about here.
So again, what are you suggesting?
Well, do you suggest change, I mean, suggest changing this, cause we're putting conditions on it at a later time. Yes, no,
This is intended to get to what you end up approving. It's supposed to work with the orderly development of adjacent property.
right,
So you're finding that your ultimate decision is not going to impact the orderly development of adjacent properties.
right.
I mean, we can come back to it after we go through the conditions if you want, but that was the intent of this section.
so are we good with this?
So this is just saying we are going to impose conditions to make sure that this does not
Right, okay.
Are
have
we
any
good?
negative impact.
Are we good with this? You wanna move on?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. Number 3.
So the next one is about whether it's located next to a residential property.
Right.
There are no residential properties nearby. There is a residential special commercial district across the street. But it doesn't have a residence, it has a commercial development.
4.
So number 4 is asking you to consider the quality and extent of views from the street to the water, and then the relationship of the development from the water.
Questions? 5.
Well, I mean, let's make sure we're.
Anybody, any questions?
So I actually, this has to be amended because you're not installing the slats. Well, I don't think a majority does not want the slats.
We said fence with no slats.
Well, that's gonna be.
Oh, what page are you on?
We're on 6. We're on page 6. Number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah, number 4.
So this finding has to do with how are you mitigating impacts on views? And so it talks about the addition of the trees and the earthen berm. And that's how you're gonna obscure operations from the riverfront park. And then the fence, but we're taking the fence out.
No, we're taking the slats out.
Slats out.
Yeah, but the fence, yeah, but the chain link fence is an obscure view, so I'm just gonna take that sentence out,
Okay.
unless you want to leave it in.
Okay, now
Any
I'm
questions?
taking AC.
Five. You want the AC now?
Now I'm taking AC.
Okay.
Pushing the button.
Would you please?
So where's the section where we're
That's
gonna,
my bedtime.
Five.
no, where's the section where we're gonna put the building improvements that we just talked about?
Okay, that's gonna be in the conditions that we,
Okay,
yeah, we're not
just-
there yet, we're going through the
just wanna make
findings. Number five.
So this talks about emissions of dust, smoke, gas, odor, air pollution. You don't want them to adversely affect the surrounding area or create a nuisance. And so, there are some findings in here about ways to mitigate the dust. Everyone should read them.
Excuse me for a second, is there a way to put it on a quiet mode? Because I know my AC has one.
Yeah, you turn it over.
I know it's impacting on hearing, but so, okay, never mind, Lloyd, it was gonna take that much effort to forget it.
Any questions on five?
The lowest fast.
Okay, going to page number seven. Next,
Sorry for the interruption, let's just.
page number six. Five. Okay. You just explained those.
Okay, where are we at?
So the bottom of page 6, these are dust mitigation measures that have been proposed.
By the group.
Well, by the applicant, and I think in consultation with the engineer, but if I have to amend to get the slats out again, because the slats are gonna help with dust control a little bit. Oh, with the noise, okay, I'm gonna cross that out. Again, though, this is subject to modification if we're changing the condition. So this is your starting point. Okay, so the truckloads are gonna be covered with a tarp, they have to go over speed bumps to help knock off the loose materials, they have to be watered down with water truck to control dust. They need to be swept on a regular basis, and the applicant will be responsible for cleaning up any spills. And that's in addition to the landscaping. And then the next part of this is about noise.
Which is on
If you get to page 7.
page seven.
Just for the first part of it. We're just. We're not here to talk about additional questions or concerns or conditions. We're just listening to what the findings are and we'll.
No, and then we're going through the whole thing.
Great.
That's the only thing I'm doing.
Yeah.
We're gonna, we will talk about that, we're going through this whole thing. And I was hoping that
Tonight?
we can get through it, we're trying,
Yes.
we're trying.
Okay, so the next section talks about how to minimize noise.
Mhm.
And so there was the noise impact assessment, which had a number of best
What
practices.
page seven?
Yeah.
A number of best practices
Mhm.
for noise control. So that includes white noise backup alarms. Slamming truck tailgates needs to be avoided, something about Jake brakes. The hoppers have to be lined with rubber, the barges shall be loaded by filling the south end first and then north to minimize the noise. So those are some of the mitigation measures to ensure that there's not noise coming out.
Coming from the applicant.
Right, as currently drafted. The next part is about loading and unloading operations at the dock and truck arrivals. So the hours are limited to 7 AM to 7 PM. It doesn't apply to the on-water operations by the tugboats and barges. So then,
Arriving at the dock.
yeah, I mean, that's just the statutory language, the findings are the ones in italics. So, this is a discussion, item. Applicant is limited well, right now, this is true, the applicant is limited to hauling between the quarry and the dock to 7 AM to 6 PM and 7 AM to 5 PM on Friday. And hauling is prohibited on weekends and major holidays, so you can't get the trucks to the dock on the weekends.
And major holidays, and they list the holidays.
So as this is drafted, dock operations may continue when the hauler is closed, so on the weekends. It says the board finds these operations are less impactful without the truck traffic. So this is language that everyone needs to discuss, you know. There's language in here about limiting operations on Sundays between Memorial Day and Labor Day, which is something that was brought up at one of the meetings.
Teresa, you had a concern about that, right? You brought that particular issue up.
Right. You did, you talked about limiting.
I talked about seasonal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but, I think we withdrew it. Cause they said they were going to do the holidays. And work with the public. Where if there was gonna be an event at the park, they would be able to contact Colorado and say, look, we're having this big event on such and such day, and then they would work around it.
Okay, so that needs to be a condition. It needs to be,
Well, I mean, this does differ slightly from what, the county weighed in on, which is
Right.
no weekend.
Which is, I think, a very important conversation to have. I think that the public park should be protected from the operations at all during the weekends, the parade. And also early on Friday, just as it says in the CCPB approval.
Isn't that something we can impose? I think we can impose that under the conditions later on.
Right, well, I mean, the findings have to match the conditions.
Right.
But we can go back, I mean, right, we'll make it. Are we,
Right, we're just trying to get through this, right? We're not trying to dig
Yeah.
into our.
I don't know, I thought.
No, we
I
are
thought-
digging into it.
comments on these.
Yeah, we're making the
Make the
comments
decisions.
and we're not going back over, if we don't finish all of this tonight, we're not going back over the parts that we've already done. So let's make it clear, make it something that we're ready, you know, that we can all understand and agree to. Okay,
Well, I'm sorry, then,
so we're on page 8 now, we're on page 8 now.
no, let's clarify that, because, all right, so you're saying that the county in their records, when the county planning board approved this. This is their finding, and this is their understanding of how they were gonna operate with these diminished hours.
It says materials may be stockpiled on site, loaded onto barges, etc. Hours of operation as proposed are 7 to 6, Monday through Thursday, 7 to 5 on Friday.
That's on the dot. Yeah,
They do conflate the dock and the haul road a little, but it appears to be the dock.
and it doesn't say anything about the weekends.
I mean, Gabby brings up a good point. If that was a basis in which the county then approved this, in order to be consistent, I think that, we've got to follow suit. If that's the basis for the approval.
Was that a recommendation or was that an approval?
It was, they recommend approval.
Yeah, so the record, so they're making those recommendations to the board.
To the planning board at that time for the approval,
Yeah,
right?
you don't necessarily have to follow them, but those are recommendations they're.
Yeah,
And that was to the planning board of 2021.
That, the date of that letter is August 2020.
Okay, and the phone at that time. Gave them a positive, yeah.
After the fact.
Okay,
This is before the pasta.
okay, but that's all before was there.
You know, it might have been brought up in the past, I don't recall off the top of my head.
Well, I was there, I'm
That's-
trying to think.
so the question is, do we want to have a motion to add that condition so it will be consistent? There and other places.
What's the term?
I mean, we can go
Well, just-
right now, because it has to change in multiple sections.
So just take a poll, whether you wanna limit the hours to match county planning or you wanna keep them as is.
All right, what are those hours? Monday to Friday,
Monday to Friday,
And this is for the dock operation.
It's all the dot, yeah.
7 to 6. So it's just 7,
7 to 6.
Monday through
Thursday,
And then Friday,
7 to 5.
7 to 5.
and no weekend
Is
operation.
there anything said about the weekends?
Well,
Did they make a recommendation?
It said not
it
on.
needs, not weekend.
Whatever they say.
It's not there.
And no major.
Yeah,
And that was a recommendation for approval, but they never really approved it.
At the minutes say.
Actions that they, you know,
Mhm.
yeah, you can disagree with those actions, you can take and say there's something different, something there's in between.
Right. Okay.
I know when I write my reports, I make at the end of it recommendations to my board, at my CSA meetings. They don't always have to agree with me, they do, but they don't have to agree with my recommendations. We can also add, as we have for the discussions, and add and make amendments to those recommendations too as well. So I assume that would be the same with any kind of board and with anything that we do. You don't necessarily, those would be tools or suggestions that you could use. You don't have to have them be some kind of steadfast thing that this is the golden rule, this is what we're gonna follow, and there is no more change.
what would be the reason why we wouldn't use that? Is there,
Well,
is there a
what would be the reason
rationale?
that we would use it on?
Well, that was, according to this document, I think.
Right.
So these concessions to the operation of the docking operations will likely eliminate most, if not all, potential perceived conflicts with any events for the city of Hudson waterfront and the Basilica Industria as functions are typically hosted during the weekends.
Okay, the reason why we wouldn't use it is
And
if
there's
the board decides that they don't want to take on those recommendations, then we don't have to. Remember, it's 7 of us, we all have our own.
No, I'm just saying, that's what this,
I thought in order to limit their operations, we had to have one of those reasons, like it correlates to the health, safety, well-being.
And recreation.
Correct.
and recreation, well, this.
Recreation of the park and the economic development of the core waterfront. area.
So those would be the two areas.
It's
that
a
this-
huge impact to have
So-
operations running.
Is it a perceived impact, or do we have to have a showing of the impact, like, do there have to?
So there has to be, so I think the problem here, there has to be a rational relationship between the impact and the mitigation of that impact. So let's say that they put like a 6-foot wall or an 8-foot wall around it, you didn't see anything. What's the impact, right? It has to match. Here, I think the problem that Ms. Hoffman raised is that the project that was proposed was for a smaller operation, and then they seem to have amended the project. And so whether that means we need to send it back to county planning for another referral, if we go beyond what they have in there is the question.
And can I ask, did we also think about the impact is there a seasonal impact as opposed to a year-round impact?
I think my understanding is they can't do some of the bargaining. But, yeah, when the river's frozen.
But my thinking, if the county already pre-thought about this at the lower level of
To be clear,
anticipated
the
truck
county doesn't
traffic and then.
recommend- The county did not recommend the reduced hours of operation. That was not part of their recommendation. That's what they understood the project to be.
Right, but they they understood that and they consented to that and they advised us. Based on that, to include that provision.
But I'd also add, there's a lot more mitigation measures that are being proposed now to address impacts that this board raised. Like noise, dust, truck traffic, that have already been mitigated. I mean, these mitigation measures are close to $1 million in improvements that this dock will have to get to address those issues so that we can, as we've advised the board, stay flexible and stay open. The 7 to 7 is permitted under 7 days a week, that's permitted under the zoning code.
I have a follow-up question, so if we want to reduce the hours, say, because it's, it could be harmful to recreation down at the park. Is that enough, or do we have to have something that substantiates that? Do we have to have a survey, a finding, a study, or is it just enough to be like, yeah, this interferes, do you wanna reduce?
Yeah, it can't just pull it out of thin air and say, we don't think it's sufficient. It has to be based on data and the record before the planning board. And so, in all of the material before the planning board, are there letters about impacts during the weekends? Is that when you find that some of the recreational businesses are most active? Is that when some of the nearby businesses are most active? I mean, you'd have to base it on things that you have in the materials.
Also, my thinking is that if we're picking and choosing, like we took the truck traffic study that gave the 274, like we took all of that seeker information in whole and said, this is what they provided for. Then why are we cherry picking? And that's again what the county looked at. And now we're gonna cherry pick what the county recommended back to us to reduce that. Like in one case, we were taking that full information and saying, this should be the truck traffic. But in the other sense, we're saying, well, but we don't want to limit the activity on the weekend as described from the county, in which the county says that diminishment of those hours would be good for all the citizens and recreation and the public. That was their finding already. So let me say, like, it just seemed like we're picking and choosing, and not, if you're gonna go along with those recommendations, then you go along with them. If you're not, then you're not.
I don't agree at all. I mean, you can agree with someone's opinion partially, fully. I don't understand what you're saying. You don't have.
Because I'm saying we're saying that we have to take the most onerous part of it, right? Which is the truck traffic, what's the amount of truck traffic. But then we're saying where the county found that this also would be onerous to the public, then we're saying, well, is that really important?
Find that.
Huh?
They didn't say operations would be onerous to the public.
Yeah, maybe that, they didn't say it exactly, but. But what they did say.
Engineer that, but their argument is
did say-
engineer that.
What they did say is that it would be better and preferable.
Well, what they said
That was my
that
interpretation.
the impact, that the decrease in intensity would mean that there was not a negative impact on recreational use and economic development.
And it would be.
And that is what our job is. I mean, again, back to the LWRP, intensity of use, being in harmony, compatible, we must not jeopardize economic development, all of these things. Weekend dock operations has a negative impact on its surrounding area. I don't think we need data to show that. I think it's pretty much just logic. And if we do need data, we have hundreds and hundreds of letters from the residents who use that park saying exactly
All right,
that.
so I'm sorry, Gabby. Do any other board member have a question about this? I mean,
Oh, come on.
do any other board member, see, that's disrespectful. Not disrespectful, I think it's, I don't know, but it's hard. And the question I'm gonna ask now is that do we think as a group, it should be sent back to the county for a recommendation or more clarification, or we wanna go with what we have now?
Well, my thing is, do we want to modify, do we want to look at modifying those hours, including and up to what the county recommended?
Without referring it back.
Okay, again, county,
Yeah.
I mean, what the county referred to. So we have the same language. That's my, I don't know if we need a motion to do that, but I think we should look at that question, obviously. The question being, the county references those hours.
Mhm.
And I think that should be a consideration in our conditions.
Without sending it back.
No, not without sending, but I don't think we need to send it back, but I think it's warranted to discuss
Does
it.
everyone
I
agree?
think what the chairwoman is asking, you have two options. There's, okay.
Well, I don't think-
Adopt the hours in the county letter and don't re-refer. Re-refer based on weekend hours, but with all the other mitigation that the applicant has now proposed. Or C, D.
I know, I think there's a
And
D,
you're
which
in
would
between-
be
you're in
to
between
discuss.
this- Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think those choices adequately cover the scope of what we're talking about.
we're saying not refer, but let's take,
I think we should take it into account and discuss it. No, I don't think we need to refer it back to
Right.
council, that's my point.
Now, do all agree not to refer it back?
I would not have a problem with not referring to that. If we can't come at a consensus, then I think it should be referred back.
Fair enough.
No.
Not to refer it.
No.
Okay, so,
You can have the option is, you go with county numbers, or you go with the numbers in this.
What's in this?
this is,
Yeah, they're-
What they refer to.
Fine.
What the applicant does.
right, which is 7 to, what is it?
76.
7 to 6, Monday through Friday, and Friday 7 to 5.
No, they said, Saturday and Sunday too, that's what they.
For the dock.
Yeah, for the dock.
But-
The applicant said, what is it, 7 to 6? Working every day.
Monday to Thursday.
Are we
What-
mandated to refer it to county?
We'll discuss, we'll explain it now, so we'll get back to you.
This-
What was the hours for the dock, when they were, it's 7 days a week, that's number one.
We're 7 to 7, Monday through Thursday,
Okay.
7 to 6 on Friday, or
Mhm.
7 to 5 on Friday.
75.
And then what on
The
Saturday, and
the
Sunday?
dock is 7 to 7, 7 days a week.
Right, okay,
Okay.
that's what they have, yeah. 7 to 7,
That's the code.
and that's 7 days a week, but you are closing on the holidays.
Yes.
Yeah, the
correct.
dock.
Understood. So those are your two options. Do you wanna look at the county,
So.
or do you wanna look at the 7
Say
to
that
7
again?
every day?
But I have a question. Are we is it necessary? Are we instructed to refer this application?
We
to
all
county?
disagreed that we're not going to.
That's not my question. My question is it a part of the process are we mandated to do so? Refer it to
Yeah,
county?
it is, you are required to refer the project to county.
Okay,
And
so,
so if the project has changed,
Substantial.
the safest route is to do a second referral.
because to say, do we wanna re-refer it to county as if it's just an option that we get to choose when it's a requirement to refer it to county? And
I
the
mean, it
details
was
of the,
referred to county.
but the details of the project have changed dramatically. Then I don't see how it's even up to us to decide whether it needs to be re-referred. The details of the application have changed significantly.
So we never revised the application. The application that we submitted to the planning board is what was provided to the county by the planning board. And so we wouldn't have an ability to change that. The application's been the same the entire time. If there are conditions in the county planning consideration that they looked at because they thought that also applies to dock operations, then there's a whole slew of conditions that we've agreed to now to further mitigate impacts that could have been considered at that time. So I think with these almost $1 million worth of work that we're doing now, more than makes up for the conditions that may or may not have been discussed at that time in front of the board.
But it doesn't change whether or not you're operating on the weekend. That's what we're discussing.
Right, and
$1
so.
million doesn't change a Saturday at 11 o'clock in the park and what people are experiencing
Well, but-
while they're there.
Mitigation.
Well, the mitigation does, that's the point, that's the noise study shows that, the landscaping engineer working with the city's engineer shows that, and that's why we're doing these mitigation measures. Not stay open and stay operating, so it can pay for these mitigation measures.
Doesn't need to be open 7 days a week, though.
In your,
That's what we're discussing.
because that's in your personal opinion, there's no fact or anything in the.
All I'm here to do is share my personal opinion, sir. That's what we're here to do.
The hours that are recommended by the county board is 7 to 6 Monday to Thursday, 7 to 5 on Friday,
And no
and
Saturday,
no holidays.
and no Saturday, Sunday.
Refresh my memory as to what you had requested prior.
Well, we're working on the Hall Road, and those are the Hall Road hours.
Yeah.
Somehow they got.
But I think the planning board might have put the application together, that there might have been confusion as to those hours being for the Hall Road.
Right.
Because the only reason that they consider reducing the hours of the Hall Road is because truck traffic was really the biggest concern at that point, so instead we can keep operating at the dock, which is just loading and unloading per the hours on the code. We would voluntarily reduce the hours of operation and prohibit colors of trucks from ever going on city streets except for emergencies, which we did not have to do.
Right, okay.
40 days a year.
With the hours of operation, you want is 7 days a week
Correct.
at 7 a.m. to 7
This, that is-
seven
Yeah,
a.m.
to maintain that flexibility.
7 days a week.
Right.
Like, we discussed it meetings ago or over time of Monday to Friday.
We had seasonal, we had,
Saturday, I think it was to noon time, if I remember.
well, we had asked quite a few things, but they had agreed that they would,
Those Sundays were no holidays.
that's,
What was the end result?
There is no.
but they did say that they
We
would,
did just discuss it.
yeah, of the discussion stuff, and they would say that they would work with the public if there was some
Right,
event
if
happening.
there's an event
then-
happened,
Right.
then they would do it.
But they were gonna close the document on the weekends,
I would say
I mean,
that,
on the, holidays.
I would say that we move to the next one and then investigate this with, again, discuss it with the county and try to figure out the best way forward. Because I don't think we're gonna solve this tonight with the information that we have.
Well, why don't you take a poll on your members and find out where you all stand? With it. Well, no, you didn't, you haven't taken a poll yet.
Where do you stand with this?
Well, unless I really hear something different, I'm standing with the county hours that we'll refer to.
The hours that the county thought the project, the proposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Until I learn something different.
Which is Monday through Friday from 7 to 6, I mean, Monday, yeah, and no, Monday to Thursday, and then 7 to 5, and no weekends.
Yeah, I mean, again, the other option is we could make a motion to refer the question back to the county and say, you know, did you confuse the two applications? This is what is being proposed and what are your comments on this?
I think that's the way to go at this point. So
but you had just said you didn't think it was.
I didn't, but then as the conversation evolved, I think that to understand what their thinking was and whether it was conflated with something else is important to know.
Okay, so we'll, wanna revote that?
You need a motion.
No.
I make a motion that we we refer this back to the county to find out what their true understanding was and intention with this reference to the hours.
Okay.
Wait, that was 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, do we,
There's a new board then.
Yeah.
There's a new board, so.
okay, we'll have an opportunity to vote yea or nay on it. Do we have a second on his motion?
Second,
Okay, now, you, yea or nay?
Yeah.
You, Gabby?
yeah,
No.
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 okay.
Done.
So my next question is, if the details of the application are different than the ones that were referred to county, are we not required to resubmit it despite the yea or nay votes?
The application remained the same, it was never.
I was asking our attorney, thank you.
It would be helpful if we could get a copy of what was referred to the county. We'll have to find if the city has that record. But, you know, that's a legal question that we can talk about in attorney client.
Exactly. Okay, so we're gonna move on
No,
now.
one more.
Okay, okay.
The hours of operation. They want 7 days a week. That's.
Right.
I mean, if you
That's
want
what
to
they
be
have.
attorney client, we can go do that.
No,
Okay.
we can do that.
Right, the hours of operation, they want 7 days a week.
That's what they had.
That's not gonna happen.
Hard stop.
So
Modify.
we can go along with the county's recommendation,
Or
And-
modify hours.
go along with the county hours. And add Saturday on it, to the condition that they check with the events going on for Saturday, or the event committee for the city gives thousands of
And
calendar.
I think that's what we
Because-
said.
Yeah,
That's what we
and
said
then
last
those
time.
done.
Yeah, but that's not here.
That's not what this says, right? This is
Right.
based on what's being proposed.
Right, so for
Right.
by them, by the applicant,
That's
we're gonna
fine.
go into our conditions if,
That's not
before we get there.
That's where we're at. We're looking at-
No, these are not our conditions, these are.
Well, I mean, So, can you repeat, I mean, does everyone agree with this?
Okay, Sarah,
agree with the county recommendation. Recommendation it is, and Saturday. If there's events going on Saturday at the waterfront park, then Carlos was not operate
Well,
on that
he works
particular
with,
day.
yeah,
They would have to contact the city event coordinator, and there's a calendar on the city website for every weekend, every day of the year of events that are being held at the waterfront park. There are weekends where there are no activities done, so why should we not allow them to go ahead and work? Their operation, to my visuals is, it has no effect on the waterfront park. They're over there, they're separated like a two bays, they've got the mitigation with the trees and the buffers and all that. It has no effect on the park, so I don't have a problem.
Can I add something?
I don't have a problem with them working on Saturday. I don't have a problem with them working on Saturday.
wait, one at a time.
Two clarifications, on Saturday, are you proposing 7 to 7, 7 to 6,
No.
or 7 to 5?
Keeping it in.
It could be 7 to 5.
Okay, and then when you say they can't operate when there's an event, do you mean for the entire day or just during the event?
During the event. And so, and on the calendar, it tells them who it is, what they're doing, and what the hours are.
Now, is that calendar, how many, a month in advance, 2 months in advance, that they would have that information?
The calendar, the applications have to be in months ahead of time to the city, then the city puts it on the calendar with the restrictions, if there are.
And I think they go upstairs and they get an application to hold an event at.
So they would know about an upcoming event a month
Right.
before.
At least a month in advance, yes.
But the park is not an event, it's a public park and it's used by residents all the time, regardless of whether there's an event or not. And the operations at the dock do have an impact. Go down there, you know, multiple times a week and see it. People use that park regardless of whether there's a concert or not. There's also the future development projects of the Dunn warehouse. There's also the existing Kitty's, the Basilica, and the future Kaz warehouse. This isn't just about parks.
All of
But
them.
they're all commercial businesses too.
Well, we're talking about a future looking CUP. Where
You just can't take something away from somebody because somebody else wants something down there.
But that's what our code tells us to do.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
That's about working in harmony.
Yes.
One at a time.
So we
And it's also your opinion, I was down there and unless they were putting on some show, it was hardly noticeable. And I was at the very edge, as close as I could be. If you were with a friend having a conversation a few feet away, I don't think you would realize anything was even happening. I have been down there several times myself and didn't realize that they were, I figured, you know, I was there on a Saturday, they weren't operating. They probably were, it was probably 100% chance they were operating.
And
That's your opinion.
It's also
No,
the,
you can't have your business because this future really cool business wants to come in.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying
You
you.
just did.
No, I didn't say you can't have your business.
Hello, Gabby.
What is that?
We let you talk. Let her talk.
I did let her talk and I'm
Nobody
responding and she's
interfered.
mischaracterizing what I said and I would like to be clear about it.
Okay, we're not gonna argue with each other.
Let me, you can let her. make
Yeah,
her point.
so, I'm gonna make a point, cause, and my point is the same. I came on the board in 2020. I don't live near the dock. And I remember when it was a place you only went to take the train, okay? I didn't know anything about Carlos, so work operation until 2020 when I got on the plane. And when we walked through it, you know, I was surprised to see such information going on over there. I don't live near there. Not many people live there, mostly commercial businesses and the train. If the train doesn't bother anybody, I don't see how he does. So, and that's my opinion. So, we're gonna go back to what Jean said, which is, go ahead, Jean.
So,
Chief, just to, because you,
Okay,
that's
yeah.
the report, just to add to that, so. You know, I have to implore on the record that just discussions casually being tossed around, I mean, there's multiple board members who have been to the dock site who on the record just now said that the operations, none of these mitigation measures are in place right now.
Sure.
And say that these, that the dock operations are fairly noticeable. Having 7 to 7, 7 days a week is integral to keep the dock open because that's the shipping can come at any time. So a reduction in hours is a massive impact to the business. So that's why we wanted to address the impacts is what the code implores you to do. Address what are the impacts? You've identified truck traffic. We got rid of trucks on the weekend. We made a promise to the city we'd never bring our trucks on the city streets again. We didn't have to do that. Same with noise and mitigation and dust. So I just want the board to take that into consideration that, you know, there doesn't have to be a reduction in hours if we're proposing all of these mitigation measures.
We
And so to us-
We understand,
We
that.
hear you,
we
but-
hear you,
but that's not
we
necessarily-
understand that, and we're gonna vote on it, and it may not be an unanimous vote, and that's why with 7 of us, it will be the majority, okay? That's the
I
way
would
we do our
like to
operation.
respond to what Veronica said.
No, we're gonna move on.
No,
Sorry.
You're saying I cannot respond?
No, because we're gonna move on, and I think, does the rest of the board wanna move on?
Yes.
Well, just let her. Let me just let her respond.
Okay, then if you're gonna respond, then nobody else is talking, because
I think.
we'll be here until, right, go ahead. I mean,
I can quote,
this
I
could be
can
all.
cite case law for you. We are here. Are you finished? Okay, I'm not here to take anything away from them. We're here to impose conditions and to regulate their business so that it doesn't have a negative impact on the recreational use of the park and the economic development of the CR district. That means that we can regulate its hours, we can impose conditions to limit noise or expansion. It is exactly what we're here to do. It means that there's a compromise between what they want and what we decide the city needs. I'm not taking something away from them for some future hip business. The entire zoning code and the LWRP talks about future development and the future vision plan for the city of Hudson and developing the economic area and the recreational use of the waterfront. That means that they don't get to just operate however they want. We get to tell them what the city needs for it to be in harmony with those things. I am not here to take away their business. I'm here to regulate it. That's what we're all here to do.
The conditions, so have to be based on. Shall include additional conditions on such use as may be necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of residents living in close proximity to the dock and to the public while recreating and using public facilities adjacent to the dock. So every condition has to be necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare, so you have to draw those connections.
Okay, so now can we go back to the team?
And to create a harmonious waterfront with economic development and recreation.
Okay, because we can go over the hours when we get to our conditions, when we get to the condition that we wanna. So is there anything you wanna change on page 8 and D?
Well, yeah, I'll just put a pin on that section and we come back to it.
Okay, that's on page 8, D,
So D is truck islands.
and then, E, F.
So D, truck islands prohibited at the docks, noted. E, artificial lighting, cannot create glare. And so we know that the applicant has provided the board with a lighting plan. All lights will be downward facing and not create glare.
Oh, where are you, Victoria?
At the bottom of page 8.
Listen, when there's somebody talking, can we just have that person talking, which is our lawyer? Because I can't hear, it's too much stimuli in my left ear, please. Thank you.
Okay.
So we're on F, right?
Sub F, yeah. Visual impacts associated with such operations shall be minimized. Corridors from a public street or tract of land that provide a direct and unobstructed view to the water from a vantage point within a public street, public park, or other public space shall be protected wherever possible. Outdoor storage of goods shall be screened. So the draft finding says the applicant has submitted a landscaping plan which includes the addition of trees and earthen berm. To obscure the operations, I'm gonna take out fence on the, but
Slides.
yeah. So, I mean, if you wanna change that, add to it, delete from it.
Anybody want to? Okay, so. Are we good with page 8? Any questions? On the page 9.
Okay, G, as far as practical, public access to and along the river shall be incorporated into site designs for conditional uses, but shall not substantially interfere with the established uses on the property.
Any questions?
So this finding is that the industrial dock operations are not compatible with safe public access. But that there's access within the structure.
Where, I'm sorry.
Where are you?
What page, the number are you on?
It's
Page 9.
the top of page
Top,
nine.
yeah.
G.
Top of 8 or
It
9?
says page 9, H.
Oh, it's on eight.
It's on eight.
Oh, it's on 8.
Oh, yeah, I've already made edits, I'm sorry, my page are gonna match it,
So
so
it's the bottom of eight.
thank you.
Okay, it's page 8G.
Different,
That's what I said.
what? I don't know, I printed out the draft that was sent to me. It's
Okay,
fairly
we
different.
have one meeting going on here.
It just probably printed different, here, do you want?
No,
Follow along?
no, I got one.
No. Can you pass it down?
Yeah, I could find it.
Yeah, look at this one.
Yeah, can we just say, are we on G?
We're on
We're on page 8G.
We're on G. G.
I'm sorry, I printed out what was sent to me yesterday or today, and this is what I have. So the project does not impede public access to or enjoyment of the city's existing public waterfront access at the Henry Hudson Riverfront Park.
What page are you on?
Well, it doesn't matter, because I have a different.
No, you don't have a different version.
Oh, no, she might.
She just gave you a draft.
I
Right,
printed it
yeah,
on
that's
my
fine.
printer, which may be different than your printer, right? It was a Word document. So we're
I
on
didn't
G.
say I have it, I mean, I'm on a different page,
What
so.
page are you on?
No, I just gave you the version that I printed.
I know, I'm looking, it's gonna take.
So
me a
you're, are you still on 8?
She's editing it, so it's losing space.
I can't tell you the page anymore, because I made edits.
It
so
was,
mine-
it was on page 8. Yeah, 8,
But she action.
8G.
The project does not impede public access to or enjoyment of the city's existing public waterfront access.
No,
No,
What
he's
page are
reading,
you on?
I'm reading the bottom section of the second paragraph of G.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
project does not impede public access to.
Oh, that's what.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
thank you. So, yes, so that's what's there, so we can tell
That's
me.
page
about
8G
edits.
on our pages.
Right, well, I would disagree with that statement. And I would say that 98% of the public comments do as well. I think it does impede enjoyment of what our riverfront park.
And that's even with the landscape mitigation?
Well, none of us have yet experienced that, but yes.
But we're looking, the project includes all of the mitigation, so I just wanna be clear that that's the finding, so if you don't think the mitigation is sufficient, then we can say that.
I don't know, because I can't, project myself into the future, know what it will be like to be down at the park, but it seems that the dock operations are tied to the truck traffic also, which, definitely is still gonna be there, so I just think that this statement is false.
How about anybody else on board or anything about the statement?
Well, I do harken back to the conversation where we talked about if there were kayakers or other people that they now have to be experienced boaters in the waterway because of that. So that does make it more complicated for people to be in the water at the dock because of the operation. So that,
I think that's how does that change from the current condition though?
It does it. They've already got kayakers out there, they got canoes out there, and there's never been an incident of.
no, I'm just saying the language, but then it doesn't really reflect, that language doesn't really reflect. I think we need to just tighten up that language. It doesn't really reflect.
Out there, they have to protest for more than.
Right.
Colors will stop.
So why don't you call on everyone and then I'll make edits for the majority.
Okay, what edits would you like to see on the language? You can't see that.
I don't have a problem with this something.
I don't have a problem with the section either, but Randall, what edits would you like to see? Yeah, that's.
Randall?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it because it doesn't read like it's necessarily forward looking. It just says, it's saying that it's in real time now. So I would say the future.
I mean, you could send it in later, right?
Yeah, no, I can give this, I can give
We
this.
just gotta agree on board,
Oh.
1%.
Okay, why don't you say it and then,
Like I said, the future project shall not impede public access or enjoyment of the city's existing public notified or access. And this way we can address it in the conditions.
yeah, so you're gonna put seven.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay,
There's not,
do we all agree with that?
shall not.
Shall we? Which is, me and we can get the issues on it, sound better.
Can you tell everyone as we go through?
Okay, we agree with that, Gabby? Agree with that, yes, no? Tina?
Shall not.
The fine, yeah, shall,
Shall not.
shall. Okay, Veronica, shall, okay, we agree. I mean, it may appear that I'm rushing, but I'm really trying to keep us on track so we can get through this. And now we're on page 9 of our document, and we're on to H.
It's a annual flooding. Level slide,
Yes, H,
or my
page 9.
my page is 8, so it's.
Your page is 8?
Yeah. It was in the flood, but I don't know.
Any questions on,
Read it, just read the top, just so, I'm trying to have the people follow along at home, like, just so we're at the right,
Isn't that's not on the screen at home?
that is on the screen. But I'm not sure.
no, that's not it.
We
Yeah,
just,
go, okay, go up page 8, go all the way up.
Okay, areas of annual
Yeah.
flooding, floodplains and wetlands shall be preserved in their natural state to the maximum possible extent practicable.
Uh-huh.
So the answer here is that there are no wetlands on the property, it's partially within a floodplain.
Yeah, that's it.
But due to the minor nature of the repair, the floodplain is unaffected.
Any questions? Okay, let's go to I.
Loading and unloading operations at the dock shall be conducted in a manner designed to minimize adverse effects on water quality, fish and wildlife, vegetation, bank stabilization, water flow, and permitted uses. So the finding talks about bulkhead repairs, how they were done, and how they got a permit for it. But I mean, again, we can talk about the operations themselves. Oh,
Any questions? Okay, let's go check.
okay. Construction, reconstruction, or resurfacing of and other improvements to the dock operation shall be performed in a manner which preserves natural features, drainways, minimizes grading, etc. So this talks about how there's going to be an earthen berm utilizing materials from stormwater retention pond to avoid any net increase in fill material at the property. And that the bulkhead repair stabilize the bank.
Any questions? Okay, now we're on additional findings.
Okay. So these are just additional findings, because there's the LWRP comes up so often, we did go through it and we found some spots where the LWRP discusses the dock. So there's what in there.
I'm not sure, how this, I've never been through a process like this before, so, there's a part of the code that I don't think has been referenced, and I'm just wondering where it's meant to come up, the 325-27, any trade, industry, process, or use which is noxious, offensive, or objectionable by reason of the emission of smoke, dust, gas, odor, or other form of air pollution, or by reason of the deposit, blah, 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 which is an area I'd like to discuss back to dust,
where are you?
I'm just wondering, well, no, I'm
Section on performance standards in the zoning law. In general, you know, we have a list of permitted uses, but this section says that anything that is noxious or rises to the level of like a public nuisance is never allowed, even if it's a permitted use. And so this section is not referenced in the resolution, but
Right, so I'm saying, it says the following uses are prohibited in all districts, and then it says any industry or process or use which is noxious, offensive, or objectionable by reason of the emission of smoke, dust, gas odor, etc. So there is an emission of dust here that we don't even know what it will be if the dock is operating at maximum capacity and loading 6 barges a day, which I think we still need to address.
I mean, that's up to the board. You've been provided with a dust mitigation plan, which should help eliminate some of the dust. You should review the plan, see if it's sufficient, see if you need more stringent standards. What you're asking the board to do is find that the dock should be prohibited altogether if you believe it's noxious. And so that would be a planning board.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I think if we're giving them a permit to operate at maximum capacity, which would be loading 6 barges a day. You know, potentially 250 or more days a year, we don't know if that would be noxious, and we would need to do probably an air quality study to determine as such. And if it is noxious, then it would be prohibited. I'm not saying that they should be prohibited from being there, I'm saying we need to determine if the use would create that effect and impact.
It's just we were putting the air quality examples that were submitted.
Right.
And they're nowhere near the levels that the EPA finds as.
At maximum capacity. We're granting them a permit that says that they can operate at maximum capacity, which is 284 truck trips, 142 loads a day, which is how many a year? What is the tonnage a year? Have we done a study of the dust at the dock with that level of operation?
How would we do that?
We have not, as a planning board, required the applicant.
Well, how do we know if it's not, if we don't do it? I mean,
Can't, because it
It's
has
a
a
code enforcement officer that makes that determination.
The,
why is it in the zoning code here then in front of me?
It's in every code, it's in every code.
Right, and our job here is
Now-
to use the code to review the application.
the applicant already did a dust mitigation proposal and was accepted by the board, by the water, by the vegetation, the trees, the berms and everything. So that reduces it, and according to the consultant over here, the air quality does not rise to the level of an EPA problem.
Right, and I think that that is.
And they're mitigating it by paving their entire site. The majority of the dust down there is caused by truck traffic on the gravel. That's kicking up dust.
And
Once it gets paved, that'll drastically reduce the dust that's down.
Okay, and may I add, I've been down there, and there are other businesses down there that their areas are not paved. Even the warehouse, on the railroad side of that warehouse, they need to repave that. There's a lot of gravel, a lot of dust. Where Facilica is, there's nothing but gravel, and their parking lot is gravel. Then along the tracks, there's no paving, it's just gravel. So what was submitted, and did you say in your report that they were working at such a low level that it would rise or something about you gave them? That's what
I need to look.
Right.
Well,
I can re-review it.
right. Would send it to you, because in that report, it did say that they were working at. Their level that they were working at currently
Yeah,
was very low, and I think you might have said even with the assumption of the increase, it won't rise.
right, that's exactly the point I'm making,
Yeah.
and if those other businesses come in front of us for review, then I would love to talk about what they can do to mitigate dust, but we're just talking about this applicant, and I'm saying that we are about to grant them a permit that says they can operate at maximum capacity, potentially every day of the week and most days of the year, which is dumping thousands of tons of aggregate into barges. That creates dust at a level at which has not been studied and certainly has not been monitored. And we're supposed to be forward-looking, and we're supposed to be safeguarding our public against future health hazards.
So the way that provision works, right now you have a dust mitigation plan. So if you don't think that plan is adequate to prevent dust issues, now is the time to review the plan and maybe comment on it and have more. But if at some point in the future, the operation, even with the dust mitigation plan, becomes a public nuisance, and there's lots of case law on what's a public nuisance, then under that section, the city could shut it down. So that section is not something that we look at now, it's something we look at when it becomes a noxious use.
Which may and may not happen.
But you are supposed to now be looking at potential conditions so that it never gets there.
Exactly. I'm hoping that it never gets there. I would rather not have people develop
So,
emphysema
so
and
what are the
asthma.
concerns that you have with the mitigation plan, the dust
My
mitigation?
concerns are that we are discussing the dust and the mitigation based on current operations, but we're discussing granting a permit that would allow for maximum operations, which would be a huge increase in dust created at the dock.
But, you know, we're already operating and we already have a permit that allows us 284 trips.
We know that.
But we don't have information about what kind of dust
Okay,
you create at that level.
We do have a dust mitigation plan that was accepted, it was reviewed by consultant. And I think in
When you
that
say that it was
plan,
accepted.
it does say that they were working.
Did we vote on that?
That's what,
Well, you can still make comments on the dust mitigation plan, if you have specific.
I don't
comments
have
that
any
you don't think it goes.
If you think there's
far
things
enough,
that
you think it's
you want to add.
okay, is it any?
That's what I'm doing, that's what I'm doing.
All right, so what do you wanna add? Yeah.
I think that we need to revisit the air quality monitoring issue, because I don't think we know what we're actually granting them permission to do. And I wanna understand exactly how much dust is going to be created by the movement of thousands and thousands of ton of aggregate every day at maximum capacity.
Okay, does anybody else on that board agree with this?
But I have a question for Christian. So forward looking, when you examined, when that company that was looking at the dust, that specialty part of your company, you did look at it and tell me what the findings were and obviously you examined this at the maximum level. Can you just repeat what the findings were?
We did not examine the dust. We reviewed what was submitted to us. There was no, we didn't do a study on it, and I don't think Calaruso, did you guys do a full-blown dust study?
No, I think it got brought up before the board, and the board voted that they weren't gonna require an air quality study.
Correct. So that's where we left off. We didn't study and say, all right, the dust that's gonna come from loading these barges is gonna be X.
But you did have a report about it, we sent it out.
No, they
We had a
didn't.
letter reviewing the emissions, saying that they're not gonna rise to a level, you know, foreseeable level that would cause a problem.
And then it was something that said that you,
Did it get posted?
yeah, it's posted.
I thought we already voted on this
We
issue
did.
because we
We did.
felt that we couldn't determine exactly where.
That's exactly where I was going, that we, because of all the other stuff down there, we couldn't determine who was making the dust.
Yes.
So, does anyone else on this board have a problem or issue with the dust? Want to go to review it? I'm calling, what is it? Call it from Sergeant.
Huh?
Are
you going to revisit?
No, do you want to revisit, yes or no?
No, but in the conditions, when we get to that point, I did have in conditions.
Oh, yeah,
For continuous
Well, we're not there.
monitoring,
We're
and
trying to
ongoing
get there.
monitoring,
yeah,
so.
we're trying to get there. But,
I'm just
but
saying.
right now, revisit what Gavin said, yes, no, yes. Dr. Young.
I already said, at that point was correlational, I felt that correlation.
And that's what we said before.
Right.
Haley. Correlation, in other words, we can't tell, if he's making. Right. Yeah, Gene.
Well,
There have been,
That's me, it's a done, we've all said we can't tell, so we're gonna move on, okay?
there
What's next?
Okay, the next part of the resolution are just, references to the LWRP. They can stay, they cannot stay.
Any questions about that?
There's a lot of stuff from the LWRP here that's protective of the applicant's rights, but there is nothing from the LWRP here which is protective of the city, and the entire spirit of the LWRP is to protect the waterfront and the future development and use of the waterfront, so I find this to be sort of
But do you
one-sided.
know of any parts of the LWRP that has that? We can look at it.
So, I mean, just sort of that, there's a rationale here. Is that if this board is working toward an approval, then you want to support that approval with as much information as possible. If we were writing a resolution to deny, that's where we ended up, we would be citing, we'd be using as much information as possible to support a denial.
But I'm not talking about denying, I'm just talking about supporting conditions that are laid out in the LWRP, which is painting a picture of a future Hudson waterfront that actually phases out industrial use and that in its own language is supportive of enhanced, waterfront use, recreational use and economic development. So I just think that we should also lay out the parts of the LWRP that support the city's needs.
Gabby, do you have any specific, ones you want to?
Well, I've been told that the LWRP is not valid, so now,
Now at that section, now you can, if you have something you wanna add, let's add it now.
Well, I do wanna change some of the language here in lower, so the planning board finds that the project appropriately.
Which one are you on, right?
One of the. So I would just add the planning board finds that the project must appropriate.
Okay,
That.
Where are you at, Joanna?
number 189.
Be it further resolved, let me see. Page 2, explicitly recognizes that the applicants and use of the dock.
Oh, yes, you can, in the city water. Okay, I'm sorry, we gave you this.
Point of doing this all night long, and to adjourn your
Okay, go ahead, Brenda.
continue when everybody can think. You can call the 9 o'clock.
You never thought you did it.
Okay, can I continue, right?
Go ahead,
I'm
continue.
sorry. The other thing,
Like
like
water.
water, is that explicitly recognize the application, you should adopt. Unbelievable. I would stop at 25 years.
Where are you, Brenda?
On number two.
On number 2. What
I-
was number 1 being changed to?
This must,
Said must, okay, appropriate, right?
because I don't think the LWRP, I didn't
Do
see.
do we agree with this as we go on?
I mean, it does, these are.
It says the next 25 years, and that was starting in 2011.
Right, but it didn't say the importance. Does it reference it, does it say that? Exactly, is that the language you use?
I mean,
Page 11?
I can get the quoted and maybe I can make it. But yeah, I mean, it was,
Folks.
that was not a quote, it's not your quote,
Okay.
but it's from the.
I mean, it just said, it would be accurate, so recognize. The use of dock for. I just did that whole second part, I just don't know if that appears, and I just think they were extrapolating that.
I don't think so, but let's quote it.
So I would stop at 25.
Yeah.
Three, I have no problem with. 4, 30.
No, it's just the whole team or the board had a problem with it, just one person. Exactly, thank you.
4, okay, where can you sense that? I mean, I don't know. And 5, and the places, shipping activities. Yeah, that's out of that section, that's my only.
Which was number 2?
It was just a 1 and 2.
1 and 2. What did you add on?
Okay, so yeah, page 11 says, the privately owned port has had very limited use over the past 25 years, but has dynamically increased over the last 5 with outbound shipments. It is anticipated that shipments of storm aggregate will continue for the next 25 years. Here, it does end there.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, it doesn't say, that's extrapolation of opinion that doesn't really track.
That might be a different thing, but yeah, I'll take that out.
Okay,
So you wanna take out any importance of the dock on the city's economy?
On that page, it doesn't say that.
It does say, okay,
and you
I
said
mean-
something with 1, right?
and 1 was must.
Must,
Instead
okay.
of appropriate.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And then some more. Okay, you recognize some important from property as a value.
So it would take me a while to find all of the quotes from the LWRP that would be supportive of protecting the waterfront and the economic development, but did you ask me to provide some right now? Because I could provide some.
Well, right,
Yeah,
right here, it says on 6, the LWRP on page 80 recognizes Hudson's waterfront properties as a valuable resource for recreation and waterborne transport, well, and then, and waterborne transport of raw materials and goods, which is,
It also says the action should
Exactly.
enhance existing and anticipated uses, the action should serve as a.
Which one are you on, Gabby?
I'm.
she's reading
I'm-
from the
I'm-
LWRP.
I'm on-
Okay, let him finish first. He was
I'm
talking
good.
about number 8.
We can.
Yeah, let's finish number 8, then we're gonna go to.
Yeah,
Go ahead, are you finished with number 8?
Yeah, I think she, and then she's saying she wanted to add that.
Okay, but.
I
you
would
have-
rather-
Let me finish.
do it another.
I need you to finish, are you finished? Did you get the,
I'm finished with that, yeah.
oh, there's no changes to number 8?
Yeah, other than what I said, yeah, it's good.
All right. Now, Gabby, you wanna add some?
Yeah, I mean, quite a few, so can you,
Go ahead.
but have we returned to this?
When? We're gonna try and get it done tonight, so just, you know what
Well,
you wanna add, do you know?
What do you mean we're gonna try to get it done tonight? I mean, the LWRP is like
Do you know
100
what
pages.
you, do you know what?
I can offer a few here, but I
Okay,
don't
why
know
don't
that
you
that would be
offer a few
sufficient.
that
Okay.
you have?
The action should enhance existing and anticipated uses.
Wait, what page though?
Page 77 of the LWRP.
So when it says action, what action is it referring to? I just think,
The whatever action we're permitting.
I'm sorry. I know what you're talking about.
oh, okay, so these are just so you're reading the guidelines to determine the appropriateness of specific uses along the waterfront. Okay, so
The action must lead to development that is compatible with the character of the area, consideration to scale, architectural style, density, and intensity of use.
Okay, you're reading from, so if she gave you the section, you'll be able to.
yeah, she can just email them to me.
Okay,
But we go over them by section
But,
first. and
okay,
then
so
at
let me
least
just, so I have the LWRP on page 77 provides guidelines for reviewing specific uses along the waterfront. Reviewing specific uses along the waterfront.
Okay,
Wait, which includes, which one did you want me to include, Gabby?
B, C, E, F, G, and then in policy 1A, A. In policy 1B. Policy 1C. Policy 4, 2.
The whole document.
yeah, that's it. Well, what we're gonna do, we're gonna let her add them because, this is gonna have to be redone. But at least we'll have this in there.
PDF is so old, I can even copy it. Okay, I'll just make a note to add them.
Right,
Sure.
okay.
Yeah, nine, yeah,
So,
and
right,
sure.
you have any?
I mean, I don't think I just listed more than 10 right now.
Yeah. Okay,
It's just the guidelines for how you review a project
Right.
in a coastal area.
you just wanna add others that. Say other things.
We've referred to the LWRP 9 times in one quite biased way, and I would like to represent the other take on the LWRP in the same manner, so I'm happy
So
to
if-
email them.
Okay, if we agree with her adding, we're gonna have to look at this, but we can agree that she can add.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I mean,
Okay, Gail,
That's fine.
Veronica? Okay, so you'll email them to her and then we
Great.
look at this again, we'll call them. And so now we'll move on to any more questions with the page 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a sentence at the end of 10 to just say, but did not determine the extent of the vested use, just so it tracks the language.
Okay,
You have 10?
Number 7.
you don't have a 10 on mine.
Yeah, I already have a
Oh,
nine.
you're adding it.
Sure, yes, it was 9, it's now 10, because I added.
Okay, so you're gonna add a 10.
Okay, I'm
And
lost now.
more, as Gabby said.
Yeah.
Okay,
Number 7,
okay,
Somebody, so
No,
let me
seven.
ask a question. Let me
he
see.
already went through them all, we all.
So now we're on to conditions.
So wait a
Wait a minute, hold it.
we're on page 10.
On page 10, going to.
Right.
Yeah, right, no, not, we're just getting to that now. Now we're getting
Just
to,
read off the numbers.
no, we read off the numbers at the top here.
Okay, all right, so
Okay, now we're getting to page 10, conditions of approval.
But I'm thinking, do we want to end here and pick it up at the
No.
approval?
Nope, we wanna go through it, at least discuss it. That's right.
Could we
Yeah,
make a
yeah.
motion to
We're
end the
gonna,
meeting?
we're going to try. And get as much as we can.
Why don't you ask the board what they wanna do?
Exactly.
We wanna
There's no
try
way
and
we're gonna
get through
finish
as
it. We
much
gotta
as
do
we
another
can.
meeting.
Because it's gonna be the same at another meeting.
But we,
Okay,
It's
we're here, we're here.
we're already having another meeting, right? I think.
Our next meeting is gonna be 15th, and that's going to be loaded with other applications. And we're gonna have to have another meeting especially just for him. So right now, we are here, okay?
There's no, but my point is that there's no way we're gonna get through another.
5 or 6 pages.
7 pages of stuff, plus other conditions that I have, which are 2 more pages.
I make a motion to end the meeting.
Anybody second that?
I second, I think we should.
Any?
There's a motion and a second, you gotta vote on that.
Yeah.
To end the meeting. Martin.
Martin,
Yeah,
yes or no? Oh, you said,
Oh, it's, what we just
you're
saying,
voting on your motion.
You should vote.
yeah, yes,
okay,
you
Tina.
just say it,
is that-
raise your hand.
So we would still have another special meeting.
We have to, make that up.
Yeah, we have to figure that out.
No, I'm not gonna, we got Thanksgiving, we got Thanksgiving next month, we also have Veterans Day next month. And, a lot of things.
So let me understand this, the goal would be to run through it, and if anybody has some initial comments.
They can email them at another time, but just go through, just run through what we have here.
If we are just going to run through it and not still
No, right,
go back and forth with, I agree or disagree with that particular statement, I would be for. Let's get through it.
What's the point
But
of
if it's not, but if it's not,
hold it. We got this one yesterday. Saturday, we got this Saturday, which all of us on vacation on Saturdays. So I don't know how many of you looked at it, I think I did, I printed it out, I read it, but that's a Saturday. And then we had today to look at it with 100 other things coming in on this Monday. I mean,
Tuesday.
quite a few. Monday things came in and today things came in. So I would like for her to just, go through it and then we can, if there's something, take notes, something you wanna add, you can send them, and then when we come back to our next meeting.
There's no way we're gonna properly finish those.
If she.
And given the due diligence that we need to perform, there's no way we're gonna do that, and before midnight.
I mean,
and we were actually in the middle of somebody making a statement, which was then interrupted with me.
Right, I'm sorry.
And that's gonna happen, right? It's gonna keep happening.
I was answering
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
We could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see it feasible, I just don't see it as a feasible thing to do.
well, so there's a vote on the floor, so we gotta just.
So, you asked the question, if we can just,
Well, I actually sort of had a question, but it was sort of tied in there with almost a statement too, I'll be honest. If we are just going to go through it without picking it apart and pulling it apart and, which we really need to eventually.
That's what we're gonna do.
Do
That's
too.
exactly. what
Then, I would be all for continuing with it. But if the majority of us feel that we need to pick things apart as we're going through it, then I would be for a hard stop and looking at it at another day.
So what's your vote?
yeah,
I
what's
just,
your
I
vote?
just, I just told you, one or the other, clarify. Is that what we're looking to do? If the majority of the people here wanna do that, then
The process necessitates.
yeah.
Are we
going
going
through
to
these things
continue the
vigorously.
meeting and go through this
As we
as
did.
best we can, or are we gonna stop the meeting and continue this another day? Now, you know, whether we're gonna pick it apart or whatever, are we gonna continue the meeting and go through this?
Well, I'm
as
looking at what we got
best
to
we
cover.
can?
May I ask what the
Yeah.
point of going through it if we don't
If we're
discuss it
tired.
is?
No,
No, but-
If we're gonna go through it and then just go through it again later?
But
What is the point?
let's do the vote, let's get the vote done, let's get the vote done. So Bettina,
So,
what'd you vote?
I guess I would like to stop for the evening.
okay, how about you? Kim,
Continue.
You wanna continue?
Yes.
I wanna continue as we've been doing all night.
Veronica,
I'm with Dr. Young. If it's gonna be productive, I wanna continue. If it's not productive, I think we should stop. I mean, if we're just gonna run through it for the sake of running through it,
okay,
you know.
did everyone get a chance to read this?
Yes.
Do you have
Yes.
questions about the conditional of the?
Wait, did we finish the vote?
Wait, a minute, I
No,
just asked the question, she put something on the table that if you're saying, if we can continue with progress,
Yeah,
and you don't mind continuing,
yes.
but if we're not gonna be progressive, then you, right, and I kind of go along with that. So my question now, since, you know, in other words, I wanna continue, so my question now is that if everyone read this,
Yes.
are there any questions?
Yes.
On any of the
There's questions
conditions?
on every, as we go through,
Okay,
there's gonna
so-
be questions.
No, okay. If everyone read this and you have issues that you wanna bring up, then we can only address, we don't have to go through it, we just address some of the things you wanna bring up based on this, okay? If,
We,
you know,
we should go through it piece by piece, I think. the way
no,
we've
but
been
you,
doing it.
you have things you wanna add, am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I have a whole thing,
Okay.
I have,
So why don't you add those now so that if we're going to go through it again or gonna rewrite it, it's there.
okay.
So,
And my question is, how much stuff are you adding? If it's gonna be another hour, I do have a problem with that, I'll be honest.
Is it an hour?
You know,
It's an hour,
30
but I
minutes
know
is
it's-
not, you know.
We don't know how long it's gonna be.
I'd say I think it's 15 minutes.
Okay,
Can we finish the vote though?
Yeah, it's the vote.
It was,
well,
We're in the middle of the
the
vote.
vote is kind of, you know, I can't, well, I wanna continue, so it's 3 definite continues. 3 not continues, and then 1 only if it's productive.
Well, I just did that too, but.
Okay,
Please
so
force
it's
me to
2
give a response.
only if it's productive. 2, no, let's not continue, and 3, continue. So I'm gonna say with that being let's see if it's, let's spend about another 10 minutes to see if it's productive. And if we can't, if it's not productive, then we'll. Maybe
So we're not finishing this vote.
no, we're going to see if we can continue and make them.
The vote failed.
the vote failed.
The vote
The mo-
failed.
must-
Oh, you voted
Okay,
no.
yes, so we are going
Because I could
ahead
say she was in.
to try to,
I don't
Right.
see how that is a.
okay, that's what you know, but
So it's like an
we
abstain.
have come to the decision.
No, at the meeting, right?
I don't know where, I don't know what she voted. I just said.
Well, what I had said initially was that it wasn't a productive, I didn't wanna continue.
No, but both of them said that only if it's productive. Okay, let's use 10 minutes to go and see. Now, if everybody read the the conditions of the approval, everybody read, are there any questions on any of the conditions of approval?
right, these are the conditions that would have to be met before the conditional use permit can be signed. So that some of these are pretty standard. Deed and escrow, they need to include a note about the cement tower, they need to paint the guard shack. So these are the kind of standard
Yeah, that's
operations,
1 to 8.
1 to 8.
1 to 8 is standard.
Wait, number 7,
So 7,
Coast Guard report.
right, we did want them to submit a report, they're saying it
They don't
doesn't
have
have.
any votes.
Well, there is a report, we'd have to foil it. There's gonna be a report that.
To the Coast Guard,
Yeah.
not Calusa.
Yeah,
Right.
if they can provide
We'll
it.
delete that one, and then 7 is submission of a spill protection protocol. Well, now it's 8.
Which
To the approval of the planning board engineer, this is
Right.
what we talked about earlier with the barges.
Right.
Spill protection protocol will include a requirement to report spill incidents, including the materials and estimate quantities into the water. And they have to report it to the CEO within 3 hours.
Yeah, that's the code
It
enforcement.
must also further include training requirement and a record retention policy. So this is something they would need to prepare and submit to the planning board engineer for review and approval. So these are kind of standard conditions.
Where did the 3 hour limit come from?
I didn't read. It
The
made it
3
up.
hour limit,
On number 8, page 11.
I mean, how many
Is it
hours?
not very rare if it's spilled within 3 hours?
well, so,
I said the 3 hours is kind of tight.
Well, what about like 3 hours within?
Of knowing,
Yeah.
of learning really?
Get a hold of Craig in 3 hours.
I mean, we could just
Maybe you
like,
could report it.
so that like all spill stuff.
Yeah.
We doing this. We understand, but we're gonna get to, we'll get to it. Yeah, in other words, just like, how about just reporting it and saying,
we did a reasonable amount of time or
Yeah.
Are we
something.
done?
okay,
But I
so
just,
1 through 8 is standard.
right, but I do wanna look at the language and make sure the language is enforceable.
Well, reasonable, 3 hours is more enforceable than reasonable.
No, I'm just saying, all the provisions, I think, I wanna make sure that they're properly enforceable and measurable. And that just goes to the language of them, I mean, the subject matter of them is fine, but I think that they need to be more specific. And they definitely should be an eye towards something that is enforceable.
So
So he
3
wants
hours.
to
with it.
operationally define whatever it is so that it can be measurable.
Right, whether it be hours, quantity, times, I think that, you know, I think if you just, leave it in vague, is,
24 hours.
24 hours.
Yeah, I think I was thinking 24 hours.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, we all agree with the 24 hours?
24 hours.
I
Okay.
think that's
I
more than.
don't think we ever voted on hours of operation.
We're gonna come back to
We
that
got
with
it,
the.
that's, I think that's gonna be in here.
That's so, right, that's in the next section on the conditions on its ongoing operations. These seven conditions have to be met before she signs the permit.
Mhm.
And once, the next set is conditions that the permit has to follow. So that's where hours of operation is gonna.
Oh, that's why we held off for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, right.
So this next section is sort of the heart of the matter.
And this.
How is the dock operation going to operate?
So did everyone read the ongoing operation conditions?
The ongoing.
And are there any questions? Excuse me, are there any questions? That you, anyone from the planning board want to propose for the ongoing operation conditions? Which is on page 11, starts on page 11 of our pamphlet.
So let me get to that.
The first one is lighting has to be maintained in good working order, downward facing in accordance with the site plan. Second, landscaping shall be maintained with any dead or diseased specimens replaced within 5 business days or next planting season, whichever is shorter, because if it dies in the winter, you can't plant then.
Mhm.
3, this is about the truck trips, and so, right now, it takes the language from the Hall Road.
Mhm.
Oh, we,
Okay,
Well,
go to 4.
well, no,
No,
I have
You
questions
got
on 3.
questions about it? Okay.
I wasn't, by the way, Victoria, I wasn't disagreeing, this is the hardest matter, I was saying it is, and we're just starting with it at 10:07,
Yes, we
which
are.
seems.
Yeah.
Really problematic to me.
Okay.
Yeah, so number 3, I'm coming back to the code that says, as such uses existed in 2011, and I still don't feel like I have a clear answer on that, and this, gets right to it with these numbers. So how do I get a clear answer on how to interpret that part of the code? Do it,
So,
There's
there's a few things, right? We have the numbers from 2009, which was 160 total trips per day, which I believe was probably the basis when the provision was adopted in 2011, because that was the seeker review for that language. But the way the code reads, it's based on the use, right? So does the use mean for dock operation? Like using it for shipments back and forth, or is the use mean a dock operation at a certain traffic level with certain hours of operation with it?
right, that's my question. How do we make that determination?
So I think that's a policy discussion. I've given you an opinion prior that the way it reads,
Mhm.
it says use existed. I mean, you could refer it to the zoning board of appeals for an opinion, if you wanted them to weigh in.
I would love a clear interpretation of the zoning code before we,
Does anyone else would like to have that?
Just Teresa, take a poll.
I'm asking the question, then I'm gonna take the poll. Does anyone else? like
does
to-
anybody else need
Yeah, yeah.
clarification on the language of the zoning code?
Yeah, I'd be all right with getting it. Of course.
Okay, Terry, Dean, no. Veronica?
No.
Me? No. Let's go, move on.
So then the question is, do you want to use the same trips that you did for the Hall Road? Which is 142, a max of 142 entering, 142 exiting, and no trips on weekends.
Okay, this, if we can. Just, okay, any,
Hold that.
yeah, just like,
Are you-
we're gonna have to, we can't make that decision about the two right now, that's why we.
So-
We'll be here all night for that one.
So we'll return to this, you're saying?
We're gonna, what else, is there any question about anything pertaining to the ongoing operational conditions that?
I just know we're gonna have to remove about the privacy slots that come out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so if everybody on the board read this, do you have questions about any one of the ongoing operational conditions? You have something you wanna add?
Yeah, I do.
change,
Well, I do want to add.
Comment on, that's what I'm trying to get to.
That we talked about, is it in this section where we talk about toxic materials?
Yes.
Yes.
So I just want to add a prohibition of solid waste and incinerated ash.
Okay.
If it's not already included in there.
Pages the toxic. We're gonna find it. And that's what I'm asking, since we're all ready. Are there any questions, any additions, what the comments are? And that's what we want to just do. And
I'm sorry, this is the most important part of the discussion and we're having it at 10:10.
yes, we are.
You said we would do 10 more minutes, it's been 10 more
Well,
minutes.
we're gonna get whatever questions anybody have, we've already read this. So if you have questions, if you
Yes,
wanna add.
I
something,
have a
any
question
comment, what is your question?
about the number of trips, number 3. Why did you just say we couldn't discuss it now?
You said that you wanted a clear interpretation of it. And you wanna send it back to the zoning for that, and we all voted no, so we're moving on.
No, then you said after that, you said number 3, we can't discuss this right now.
No. You had said send it back to the,
I got it.
and I said, I did a poll, and the majority says no. So then that's when I said we're moving on to that. Okay.
Okay, that's not what happened. So the applicant shall not exceed 284 trips daily to and from the dock. Why are we tying this to the Hall Road? This is a separate permit.
We can take it out altogether.
Do you have a comment in which you wanna add to this, something you wanna subtract?
Well,
Is it something you
two
wanna
hundred and
rewrite?
84 trips has a negative impact on the waterfront and on economic development. So I believe that this number is a huge problem in terms of our job here and our protection of the city and its future.
This has been discussed multiple times at multiple meetings.
I'm making it known.
And we agreed that it would be 284 trips, done and over with.
I was just asked if I have any comments or questions, and I'm making a comment about the fact that I think this will have a severely negative
Does
impact
anyone else
on the
agree with that?
waterfront and on the
Does
economic
anyone else on the board
development.
agree?
And when the 284 trip determination was made, it was made about the Hall Road. It wasn't made about the dock operations and its impacts on the waterfront and on the economic development. So I think it's a big thing to look at, and I guarantee you it will come up again, so we should make sure that we're doing our due diligence here.
Just, and that was my reasoning before, but if we're saying that, if they're saying that. Some of these things got conflated between the whole road and the whole road and the dock.
No,
No, they're saying that the hours got conflated between the Hall Road and the dock,
saying,
the applicant. If I'm understanding correctly.
no,
I
they
think they were
always said
speculating that
7 to
it might.
Right, that's, well, they said it. That's how we know it, they said
7.
it.
No, they always said 7 days a week, 7 to 7.
No, they're saying that when we were talking about the dock, they were saying that they believe that somehow, and correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your statement, that you believe that somehow that the Hall Road, the hours for the Hall Road were somehow now being applied erroneously to the dock. Is that correct?
Right.
That's what you said.
Oh, I see what you're saying. When they brought it, when the last board put it together,
So,
yeah, they put the
But
two
the thing,
applications
however,
together.
they never changed where they were coming from in terms of their plan, which was always 7 to 7.
Right,
right, that's what they said, but I'm saying, but I'm saying
I
that
understand what you're saying.
is there conflation now between to that point, is there conflation now between the trucks on the Hall Road that were reapproved and the dock?
So, right, so we.
That's what
don't
I'm saying.
Put that limit in and just have it be limited by its hours of operation, because it's,
Yeah.
the access to the dock is already limited by the Hall Road.
I
That's an
think it
option.
should be limited by annual tonnage. How do we protect, how do we do our job and protect the waterfront and the future economic development of the CR district? I believe we do that by putting tonnage limits on the operations.
So you wanna add tonnage limits to the operations?
Yes. Your annual tonnage limits.
Like what? What do you
Well,
want?
let me just ask,
We need to
let me just
have-
ask our attorney, is that illegal?
Wait, let's see what she wants to do first. What?
Well, let's see,
tonnage
Eddie,
you
if it's
talking
not legal, then why
Well,
even
we
explore?
would let- I would like to hear what Gabby has to.
Let her finish.
I'm tired of looking at it.
Say the whole thing that you would like to add. What's the tonnage?
I would like to look at sufficient data as a group and determine what amount of material being moved seems like it would have a neutral or not negative impact on the waterfront and the future economic development of the CR district.
So Gabby
So I
wants to
guess my question
revisit.
is, how would you determine what an appropriate amount?
Yeah.
Question.
Right.
How would you determine what an appropriate amount of tonnage is? I mean, you see a barge, we don't know how much.
Because
Okay, but second,
She
how
wants to
does price,
revisit.
how do we enforce that? It's
She wants.
with the vehicle trips. You know, we're talking about counters or some kind of monitors. How does the city, we want conditions that are easily enforceable. So, I mean, how do you?
I'm not sure, I'm not an expert
Okay.
in how this
Well,
happens, but it seems like a
I'm
very.
gonna say,
Well, no, but let me just
okay.
answer a question though, we were looking at requiring logs. We're looking at requiring, truck counts, and you could easily know what the tonnage is going into the dock. It's not an unknowable thing, and it's not even expensive to do it.
They told us.
I mean,
Right.
we do have some numbers on that. I guess I just would wanna know how. Vehicle truck trips, we are all humans, we kind of get a sense for what a truck trip is.
Right,
How do we rationally determine, or how do you rationally determine what an appropriate?
But that's what Gabby wants you.
but that's a different conversation, I'm saying, but we can know that, we can know.
We could get a plan, we could get a
So
planning
we wanna
expert.
revisit this to determine. That's what I hear her saying. She wants to revisit to determine the tonnage or, do we wanna do that? Yes, yes, no?
Yeah, I'm all right, yeah.
Yeah,
Dr. Young?
I'm not sure at this point in process.
Okay, go ahead. In other words, the tonnage, we already know the tonnage.
Yeah.
They could bring up to, what, 500,000 tons or?
I mean, hasn't this data already been?
Yeah, we have the data.
I mean, it has been basically,
Yes.
based on much public comments and many meetings.
But we have data on truck trips.
And how much they bring.
And how much they bring on.
Yes, we do.
I mean, what I'm trying to get is that I get the feeling this has really been ventilated, and I know it's late, but the Latin term I use is ad nauseum. So I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
we've discussed
Yeah.
tonnage ad nauseam, annual tonnage ad nauseam.
Yep. My opinion.
We have the data with the tonnage. I can't remember. My mind won't let me know. Did they say 500?
20.
5,000? Yeah, I don't know, but it's in the information that was provided to us. On their 78-page document and their 174-page document.
No.
Okay, And I'm a no, so we move on to that. That's a done deal. Okay,
So,
This
wait,
does-
can we just go back though to the question of, do you want to add a limit on trips to the dock operation, or do you wanna have it be self-limiting by hours of operation and some of the other
okay, that's,
limitations?
you know what?
Can I make a comment though? If you do hours of operation, then it just said limited to hour, it could be over 280 trips.
But they can only get 284 on the Hall Road.
So why don't we
Okay.
consider that?
Right,
But if we're worried about if truck traffic
Just be
is
straight.
negatively impacting the waterfront
Yeah.
and the future
I can vote
economic
on it.
development, why wouldn't we limit truck trips?
Number 3.
Well,
It's already covered at the.
I mean, the Hall Road allows it to the gate at that level.
That's the two.
So it's not
It does, so it does
It's already
moving
moving,
that
yeah.
all together.
Do we wanna strike number 3? And after this, I think maybe we would continue, because it's not gonna get anywhere. Do we wanna, the last thing is with, the agreement to strike number 3. Randall, yes, no?
no, what did we say?
To strike number 3 on page 11 of our form.
You brought up the comment about completing the Hall Road with the dock permit earlier.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Just get rid of it.
That's what we're saying. Do you want to, yes or no? Okay, we're doing number 3.
Right now, I'd be all right with getting rid of it, yeah.
Okay, Gabby,
Yes.
Dr. Young,
Yes, definitely.
Haley.
Yes.
Let me just jump back.
Monica, me,
No,
wait,
no,
wait, let me finish the vote. Let me finish the vote. Me, so we got rid of it. Number 3 is gone. So I think we need to end.
And now.
Wait. We did do we did add I'm sorry, we did add the solid waste, the prohibition of solid
I,
waste.
we added that in the solid waste. Yeah.
And the ash and the incinerator.
Yes,
and the
that's what
ash.
generator adds, that was.
I wasn't sure it was that.
Added, is that what, number 4?
I don't know where she put it, I don't
I don't know
know,
where
that's
to
why
put
I'm
it, but
asking.
I put it on the page.
19, I think.
So we're
Nice
down.
Okay, so where are we stopping on number 4? Number 4.
Number
four is
4
gone.
is removed because it deals with the slack to the fence, so that's just.
Yeah.
And really 5 is talking about that too.
Yeah.
Already.
But let me just ask you, since we've been in this long, can I add these? Can I add
Okay,
these
go ahead.
addendums?
Add, yes.
So listen, I just wanna add a possible. We don't come back, but I just wanna add, because I've said this to you, in the meantime.
Wait,
I want-
first you gotta add it, you gotta agree to it, then you can send it.
All right, so, but I want to talk about additional condition requiring ongoing air quality and dust monitoring. I wanted to add I wanted to add a condition in our general conditions about a community liaison and complaint response program. I also wanted to do something,
Read it out, what
condition.
is it, say
It's a one, so it's.
There are lots of things.
I
I'd like
also
to add
wanted to add a general condition on truck size and weight restriction. It might already be covered. And I also wanted to add a thing on high truck volume notification so that the city would know when they're hitting 85% of the whatever amount that we give them.
Well, we
So
just
that-
took the trucks out. So now,
Well,
That's true. So that might not be out.
That's nil.
but that doesn't mean that we can't add
Oh,
something.
we'll,
about truck.
go ahead, Brandon. Keep talking.
And that's what and since we're gonna sharpen the language and make it more enforceable, that's what I had at the
Okay.
present time.
Randall, when you send your stuff to the attorney to add, and she'll send it out to everyone.
well, if that happens, then I'm gonna add all of them and then we'll go through them, because I don't wanna pick and choose.
No,
But you already have them. I already sent them to you. It's the same stuff I sent you.
okay, so yeah,
Yeah,
and then,
earlier today, yeah.
so we're gonna, when you come back.
Why don't we go to the document and highlight the areas that you wanna remove and things you wanna add and send it to Victoria so that at the next meeting, it's in one document.
Right.
And the board can go over everybody's idea.
And that's a good
And-
idea, Chris. When do you want that by all board members?
We gotta get a meeting date when we finish, but right,
Like, I'm saying everything to,
as soon as
Victoria.
possible.
But I think she has it. I mean, as far as I know, I think she has
Okay,
it.
so
Yeah,
we're
she
ending at,
4 or 5.
we're ending at ongoing operational conditions at number 5. 5 is, okay, so when we come back, we're gonna start with number 6 and all of the additions and comments going from 6 on, okay? all right?
Fair enough.
So we have a hard stop, right? We voted.
No, our hard stop is gone.
So-
That's at 9 o'clock.
So to be clear, we're accepting changes for condition
Yes.
6 on to be put into another draft, which will be reviewed by the.
So we don't have to
So
do any
we have
yes.
to vote on it? No, okay.
So we don't have to do any escrow, I can, make a motion to adjourn.
No, we got other stuff. We gotta get a date.
Oh, we
The
did the
next
date.
meeting, we gotta do a lot of other stuff. We already did, at the last meeting, we already voted that our planning board meeting for November is going to be on the 15th. Right?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, because of Veterans Day. And, they did send us the calendar for November. That was very nice of them. So,
Wait, the 15th is Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because it sounds like I
What day
had
is
something
it?
to do on.
Somebody look at the calendar. Is it the 12th?
That's-
Yes, the Wednesday, is it Wednesday?
Well,
Okay, it's the 12th. Strike the 15th, who's ever taken the notes, and let's go to the 12th, okay? That is already established that's our regular meeting date. Now, the question is, do we wanna have another meeting
Yes.
separate for Calusa?
Well, it has to be, because we're going on like,
But
But we-
last
but we-
month, we said that we weren't gonna have a special meeting for Colorusso and have Colorusso on the regular agenda, and we did that this past month.
Yeah.
We said if they were on the
Okay.
regular agenda, then we wouldn't then have to.
And then we voted to have them on the regular meeting and a second, and Jean has the one that. put that
How
in.
many people do we have on the next, on the?
How long do you have?
I don't know, I haven't done the agenda yet, and I haven't looked at everybody has been, listen, we have one meeting, let's get through this. What was the question? You,
I just
I don't
asked you,
know.
you don't know yet,
no,
so,
but we do have a full agenda.
we do have a full agenda,
Yes.
so then I don't see another recourse as to not have a special meeting.
Okay, so now if do we all agree to have a special meeting for Colorado, so we gotta get a date?
But it shouldn't be nearly as long as this, I think we've covered a lot of ground.
Okay, one meeting here, please. Okay, let's get a date.
I'm trying to get my.
Do we all agree with a special meeting or to have them on the regular agenda?
Special
Special
meeting,
meeting.
special meeting,
Okay,
let's
so
get
we all
it
agree with
on
that.
the road.
Reduce it,
Okay,
save
so
it.
what date?
I got a conference out of the area.
Did you look at the calendar she sent us? Okay, so far the 18th has been, look at the calendar, the clerk sent us the calendar today. Somebody pull up that calendar that she sent, please. No, she sent it to all of us. Does anyone have the calendar?
You going this way?
No. Let me see, she sent us the calendar, let me see, what date she sent us. So. Oh, here it is, I got the November calendar, okay.
18.
Okay, the 18th, no, the 18th is a finance committee at 5:15 and then 6.
Minus Thanksgiving.
We'll have a subject.
Let me see, I got something.
17th is the Hudson Housing Authority meeting, oh, but that's not here. That's isn't the Hudson Housing Authority meeting at this house? Yeah,
Is that the third November in the month, but I have another commitment,
okay,
probably the 17th.
Okay.
It was a third Monday,
it's the third Monday.
Yes.
yeah, so I have a commitment on that, yeah, I will be able to.
Okay, let's get out some dates and I'll tell you what the calendar says.
So what's the 18th look like? I'm trying to stay away from a Wednesday or Thursday for myself, because
Okay. The 18th, there's gonna be a meeting and this hall is gonna be used up until about, well, they have a regular meeting scheduled at 6, so, and that's the common council, right? Yeah, no, you can't do that there. The 18th is, the hall is not available, so, give me some dates. Guys.
We'll go Monday the 10th.
Yeah, that's fine for me,
Okay.
I'm clear.
Wait a minute,
Monday the 10th.
no, we have an informal meeting on the 10th from the common council and it starts at 6, I don't know when
We'll
it
go to the
is.
prayer
I
house.
can pull out mine.
We'll go to
I
5.
agree too.
Yeah.
What's the date?
Let's keep going, let's. you
Let
got
me
ball
see,
rolling,
you
let's
get
not
the
stop.
fire.
What date are we on?
The
Monday
10th.
the 10th.
November?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
I
fine for
can't
me.
make that.
The 10th?
I'm gone that whole week on vacation.
Oh.
It's okay, enjoy yourself. What will happen?
Can't do that.
What about, did we say something about the 13th? Yeah, we did.
You did?
I don't know if we said it, but I don't, I have to see if I can pull up my other list because I'm trying to stay away from Wednesday or Thursday. I got some stuff
Okay.
that.
Yeah, because the 13th is a Thursday,
know if I'll
okay,
be
so
back
let's
in
go
the
to
area by
another date.
6:30.
If the 13th is a Thursday,
What about the 17th through the 21st?
okay, let's go to that date, 17th.
The 17th is no for.
Yeah, I kind of.
He said 17th through the 21st. So it's
18th, Cali can't. do it.
18th is
On the 17th.
Common council.
This one, so it's the
19th
18th.
is the zoning ordinance. Okay, we could do that.
Wednesday, the firehouse.
Yeah. Wanna do the,
No, but the 18th.
I mean, I can.
That's a Tuesday.
what day are you talking about?
So what about the 18th? We're good over here on the 18th.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't think it was good.
18th, you good?
Yeah.
I didn't think somebody said it was good for them. Who said it wasn't?
Kelly,
Healing was.
Yeah,
Everything's
on the 17th, like.
okay, so,
So the 18th works for the 4 of us.
wait a minute, I think I said something about something.
I
that's
thought you
happening.
said something was the 18th.
Yeah, let me
because
look at, here it is, hold on, let me get the calendar again, please. The 18th is the regular common council meeting at 6, so we can't have it here,
But
we would have to have it someplace else.
Fine, I would, now,
Firehouse?
Yeah.
yeah, it's fine. I'll make sure we get the meeting thing in advance, this.
Yeah, in the budget meeting, I had asked them to purchase another one of these things.
Right, but in the meantime, so that I can borrow it from somebody else.
Okay, so are we in agreement with the 18th at 6:30, the firehouse out, and that's gonna be subject to if the firehouse allows us.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But we have enough time to ask them.
I'm gonna ask them tonight, so let me.
Veronica, you good?
Yes, the 18th.
18th, 6:30, yeah, proposed place firehouse,
Christian, you
right?
back from vacation?
Yes.
Okay, so that's gonna be.
Thank you, Victoria, that was good for you.
25, 18th, 6:30, firehouse.
All right, there we go.
Okay. We got that. So that's gonna be the special meeting for Calaruso, which is gonna be Thursday. Is that Thursday?
The Tuesday.
Oh, Tuesday,
That's Tuesday, please, don't let it be Thursday.
That's a Tuesday.
November the 18th. At 6:30. It's amazing that I can't sleep at night, but here I'm about to fall asleep. I like this. I'll come to a meeting and go to sleep. Okay, so we got that out of the way. We do have other business as far as, there's still a couple issues with the minutes that I'm sorry.
I gotta go to that.
No. Okay, so can I get a motion to adjourn?
Oh, yes.
Make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Any opposed?
No.
Alright.
Good night.